be the 30 seats available.
I love that. Sure.
5:15, I like our test. Across the street, rest of the
You're wearing black. So you got included in the picture? Sorry, bring No, I definitely don't.
There's a few more spotted through there, but no one. Okay. Oh, yeah, they anybody free to come in now. So you got three up front? Yeah, three.
Yes, Thank you.
I'm not with you. for coming. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Ella, would you like to- And we have a motion to approve the agenda with flexibility. We have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you, Jeanette. We'll call for the vote. Board Member Ayala Centeno?
Here, sorry. Sorry, I was distracted by the mic, not being stuck down. Here, no, gosh.
Board
Sorry,
Member Olson. Aye. President Reiner. Aye. Vice President Holohan.
Aye.
Clerk Wilson.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0.
And now we'll do roll call now, Melissa.
Here.
Katie?
Here.
Jeanette?
Here.
And Patty?
Present.
And our student rep? And I am here, we are all present. In closed session, the board unanimously took action to accept the superintendent's recommendation to appoint Ebony Erling Gardner to the position of assistant principal of Redlands East Valley High School, effective to be determined at step 5 of the management team salary schedule. Ebony, are you here?
Yes, I'd like to say some words.
And did you bring your family with you?
They couldn't be here this
Oh,
evening.
okay. Well, welcome.
Thank you so much to the superintendent and to the board and all of the executives in the room. I appreciate the opportunity to be part of the Redlands family, and I'm looking forward to doing some great work here in the community. Again, thank you for the opportunity.
In closed session, the board unanimously took action to accept the superintendent's recommendation to appoint Jennifer Moon to the position of assistant principal at Redlands High School, effective to be determined at step 1 of the management salary schedule. Jennifer, are you here? Do you have any family with you here today?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Thank you, school board members, thank you, executives, thank you, everybody who is here from the community today. I am so proud of being a part of the RUSD community, and I am grateful to accept this agent position at RHS. Thank you so much.
Welcome. In closed session, the board unanimously took action to accept the superintendent's recommendation to accept the resignation of certificated employee 2024-25-13, effective April 23rd, 2025, and to approve the settlement release agreement in connection therewith. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the April 8th, 2025 Board of Education?
Point of clarification, sorry, it's not in there, so it's not your fault. We have to put on record that the vote on that settlement agreement
It was unanimous 5-0. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from April 8th, 2025, the Board of Education regular meeting?
Second.
All right, thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Candy. Any discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote.
Board Member Ayala Centeno.
Aye.
Board Member Olson.
Aye.
President Reiner.
Aye.
Vice President Holohan.
Aye.
Clerk Wilson.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0.
On to student trustee report. Ella, do you have anything to report tonight?
I will begin with Rev. This past Saturday, we had a beautiful celebration of life for our AP Lang and academic teacher, Mr. Malloy. Thank you to the theater for helping with the setup and to everyone who came and celebrated our beloved teacher. Prom is this Saturday, the 26th, from 7 to 11 p.m. Thursday is the last day to buy tickets, and they are currently $120. Our annual staff chili cook-off is this Wednesday. Be sure to vote for your favorite pot. Our badminton varsity and JV teams beat CB at their last match, and they play home versus RHS today. The boys varsity and JV swim teams beat Beaumont last week, and all of our swim teams have a meet today at CB. The softball team plays at home today against ACA, and the baseball team is currently at a 7-game win streak. The track and field team has a meet today at CB. Next I'll do Citrus Valley High School. The Citrus Valley High School Career Fair held last week went well. Students gained exposure to a variety of fields such as physical therapy, airline piloting, and finance. The CB esports team also has their last Smash Bros tournament of the year today. Preparations for the Senior Girls Powerpuff Games and next year's girls volleyball team are underway. Girls volleyball tryouts will start next week. The Citrus Valley Percussion Ensemble has their final competition at Colony High School this Saturday. They will be performing their award-winning debut show, Curse of Tortuga. Wish them the best of luck. The Black Hawk Theater Company will be performing their 2025 spring musical, Legally Blonde, starting this Friday evening. The show will air on April 25th and 26th, and May 1st and 3rd. CB's advanced culinary students will be serving themed mocktails during intermission, so don't miss out. Next, I will be doing Redlands E Academy. Our E Academy prom theme, Dancing Under the Cherry Blossoms, was held last Thursday, April 17th, at the Ukaiba Performing Arts Center. Thank you to Miss Ducey and the whole of ASB for making it a night to remember. We will be taking a field trip to the Aquarium of the Pacific on April 25th as well. Our CAASP testing has just gotten underway, and we wish all of our students the best of luck. And please join us for our family movie night on May 15th. Get comfy and let the show begin. Lastly, I will be doing Redlands High School. RHS is currently celebrating the annual Step Up Rally with a Spirit Week. If you don't know what the Step Up Rally is, it is a rally to commemorate the school year. During the rally, our auditorium is split by grade level per usual, and at the end of the rally, each graduating class gets to step up to the next grade level they will be in next school year. Very exciting and fun. Our Spirit Week to celebrate this is Cozy Crew Monday or PJ Day. Blast from the Past Tuesday, dress as a 90s character. Way Back Wednesday, bring something retro. California Love Thursday, 90s Spirit Day, and Neon Class Colors for Friday. RHS Speech and Debate Team is having their spring showcase this Thursday, April 24th. Doors open at 4:30 p.m. RHS students get in free and everyone else is charged $5. And finally, ASB is currently holding their elections for ASB cabinet members. If you are an RHS student, make sure to go and vote. That is all I have.
Thank you, Ella. Do we have any association reports tonight? Steve Caperton, Redlands Teachers Association.
All right, thank you. All right, good evening, board members, Superintendent Cabral. I'd like to start off by letting you guys know we recently had our annual Spring Fling Festival. That's a joint RTA and rest of us celebration where both associations get together. We get to break bread and have fun and spend time together. And it was great to see our members doing that, especially in these stressful times. Tonight, there are several policies that are on the agenda. Since we are in negotiations regarding these policies, I will not be addressing them directly. I do want to say that I'm a little disheartened to see the policies that I thought were tabled brought back so quickly. School boards are a poor place to attempt to resolve the larger societal divisions that we currently face. Not only do public schools have limited impact on these issues, they divert our limited resources away from matters that can improve education for all students. Our list of critical needs is extensive. Our primary grades 1 through 3, need class size reduction. We are currently at almost a 30-to-1 average, where we should be closer to a 24-to-1 average. And these are critical years for student success. We need more mental health support in our schools. Our district currently has 1 licensed clinical social worker, and she's doing great work with her team, but we need additional support to meet the needs of our students. We need adequate supplies in our classrooms so that our teachers are not buying their own printer ink and their own paper and pencils and whiteboard markers. We need classroom paras, so we actually have the support that we need in our classrooms. And we need to support our extracurricular programs like speech and debate and mock trial. I've always said as a high school teacher, every student needs to find a home, and these programs are their homes, and they matter tremendously. These are areas where our school board can make an actual difference in student lives, and how we prioritize our resources and we spend our time. It's critically important for student success. Finally, I want to take a moment to address the tenor of these meetings recently. Passion is high, and far too often we have speakers who forget the humanity behind the issues that we deal with. I am getting reports that we are seeing the same cultural conflicts in these meetings being replicated on our playgrounds, in our classrooms, and during the passing periods. Our students are watching what is going on in these meetings, and it is affecting them. While I'm a huge proponent of free speech, and I know we have to be able to have hard conversations, we must do so without forgetting the humanity of the person sitting across the aisle from us. Thank you.
Good evening. At our last site rep meeting of the year, which is in May, we will be honoring 6 recipients of a RESPA member scholarship. On May 17th, we will have our annual member retiree dinner at the American Legion. On April 4th, I was honored at State Council for the Paula Monroe CTA ESP of the Year. The FACE team in RESPA collected over 500 hygiene items. We can't thank you enough for coming together to support our families. Every donation, big or small, makes a difference. This drive is proof that when RUSD joins forces, we create a foundation of support that lifts every family and student toward success. We look forward to working with our FACE department on the next event. Almost 2 years ago, I started my journey as the president of RESPA. I am honored to serve our members and honored to be re-elected for another term. I want to address an unresolved issue regarding paraprofessional compensation. During the 22-23 school year, the former assistant superintendent of HR and the former RESPA president signed an MOU to move paraprofessionals from a range 15 to range 17. Unfortunately, this MOU was never approved by the board, and it included an expiration date. As a result, this increase was revoked after just 1 year. Last school year, I spoke with our current superintendent, who assured me that the matter would be corrected. However, to this date, no action has been taken. Meanwhile, director-level staff have received raises, and new positions have been created. I urge the board to revisit this matter and make the necessary steps to make our paraprofessionals whole. Their work is essential to student success, and they deserve to be fairly compensated. Thank you.
Do you have anybody from Round Baby? Oh, yes.
Hello. I'm a Redlands graduate and local, excuse me. Just kidding.
Oh, okay, we'll see you in a little bit. Okay, moving on to board committee reports. Anybody have a committee report that they'd like to talk about?
I do.
Okay.
Cry So, just some highlights. Carl had their first WASP pre-visit, Rev on March 14th, which went very well. And the ambassadors did an amazing job representing everyone, and they showed all of them to their pathways and where they need to go. But the big news is Rev aviation teacher attended aviation conference, but we were able to receive 18 desktops and one full cockpit flight simulator that was installed at Rev at the aviation program there, which is big. So I'm really, really happy about that. That's a great one. And then also on May 14th is our Evening of Excellence and our student showcase at San Benito Valley College. And I hope that you can all attend to that. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Penny, do you have anything to report?
Yes, for the rep committee, not a lot of activity happened over the last month, but we have the evening of appreciation coming up for the elementary schools. It's Wednesday, May 7th at 6:30 p.m. at the Rev Blackstone Theater, so make sure you mark your calendars to celebrate our teachers there. And again, the last reminder for the Harlem Wizards, it's going to be Friday, April 25th. You can go to harlemwizards.com. It's going to be a lot of fun, and it raises money just for our teachers in our district. So if you come out and support and have a fun time watching the Wizards play our staff and our district personnel, it's going to be very entertaining, and you can serve the teachers to get them supplies that they need to. That's it for me.
So do you have anything? No. Jeanette, do you have anything?
Just a quick update on the Redlands Compact Club. We had our last steering committee meeting for this school year, and the students are going to be receiving awards and recognition this Thursday night. And exciting news is that CBS and I believe Rev, but I know for sure CBS will have a compact club next year. And so they've been kind of working towards that this year. And so that's gonna be great for the other schools because it just helps promote professionalism and all their social, academic, educational, college, trades. It really helps promote those skills in the kids, and they work hard to receive the awards that they're gonna be getting this year.
All right, thank you. I have a report. I attended the Parks and Rec Advisory Commission meeting. They approved a tree dedication in Israel Deal Park for Herbert Israel Rona, who is the great grandson of Israel Beale. I met Angela Wilkinson, who is the great-great-granddaughter to Israel and the daughter of the late Herbert Beale. Her great-great-uncle, Charles Beale, was the first African-American to play football and graduate from Redlands High School in 1905. And he was also the postmaster at the Brookside Station. So that was pretty neat. There's also one of her grandsons, one of the great-great-great-grandsons, goes to RHS right now. So pretty cool. And I asked her, I said, did you give any information out to our schools so they know when they celebrate, Black History Month? Kids can maybe pick that as the person they want to research. And she said, I hadn't thought about that. I said, well, if you do that, you might come to one of the celebrations that they do, the living museums that our elementary schools do, because you might find your great-great-grandfather as one of the characters, one of the people that they represent. So it was pretty neat. Also, the Redlands Skate Park will be hosting a free event for kids on May 31st from 12 to 6 p.m. They will have BMX shows, the skate jam, barbecue, and many giveaways. If you love BMX or skateboarding, come on out and join in on the fun. And that's all I have from the parks. All right, next we have the superintendent's report.
Thank you. I do have a couple of things. One, at the end of May, we will be getting our final report from DOJ on the work that we've done. There were 96 areas that we needed to make sure that we addressed. And so I'm just letting the board know that towards the end of May, there'll be a final report that will be shared with the public. I'd like to welcome Dr. Engel here. We're one of the things that's on your agenda is approval of the CRI-WAP agreement. And so, Dr. Engel, welcome. Thanks for the great work that you do in collaboration. Also, your CEO president, thank you for being here. And then we have two wonderful presentations that we're going to see, and I'm really excited about them. Specifically, and not to downplay the first one because that's going to be really good, but we have 4 of our students who are graduating in a few weeks who are going to offer a proposal to the board that I'm really excited for you to hear about. It's something that they've been working on for over a year, and you're gonna hear a lot about that, and so I'm excited. No pressure, just come up here, you know, and tell the board exactly what you need us to do, and you would, you know, come with that kind of confidence, all right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cabral. We will now move on to the presentations tonight. We're going to start with Ms. Shay Thompson.
Okay, good evening, President Rundler, board members, Superintendent Cabral, and Cabinet. I'm Patty Buckmiller. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, and I'm very excited tonight to introduce some members of our Ed Services team. Ed Services is a very large division, and we encompass many aspects of teaching and learning, from curriculum and instruction, special services, instructional technology, and student services. And one of our departments is special projects. They oversee multilingual education, community partnerships, and family engagement. And our work with diversity and equity is embedded throughout all of these. So I'm happy to introduce Sonia Delingit. She is the Director of Special Projects.
Hello everyone again. As the Director of Educational Services, I've had the opportunity of working closely with the Coordinator of Diversity and Equity, a position that was established in 2020-21 school year. In this role, I provide direct oversight and support as we continue to strengthen our district's commitment to equity and inclusion. This evening, our coordinator will present key updates on the district's ongoing efforts, which are centered around 3 primary focus areas. The first is building capacity, which is the work that we're doing designing and facilitating professional development that equips staff with practical strategies to ensure every student receives the support they need to succeed. Second is student achievement. So our coordinator will be sharing some data slides, and you have some enlarged slides there in your packet that you'll be able to reference. And this is partnering with district staff and community members to promote equitable access to resources and opportunities for all students. And then finally, she'll be sharing ideas around family support and how we're engaging with families to address concerns and offer meaningful support, particularly when the challenges arise. We look forward to sharing this important work with you and continuing the conversation on how we can best serve every student and family in our district. I will now turn it over to our coordinator, Nishay Thompson.
Hi everyone, I'm Nishay, and I'm excited to present some key updates to you tonight. But first I want to talk about what the word equity means. When we talk about equity in Redlands Unified School District, we just mean that every student has the resources and opportunities to reach their full potential. Every single student has the resources and opportunities to reach their full potential. That's what we're working toward. In a place where equity is a priority, intentional support is given where it's needed, and so we're not necessarily adding extras, we're removing barriers. And I want to acknowledge that some of what I shared tonight might cause discomfort, but that's okay. It's important that we don't look away from this issue. And I know equity work can raise some questions, so I just want to let the entire community know that we welcome questions. And lastly, I want to be clear that we're not introducing ideology when we say equity. We're really just focusing on safety, belonging, and academic success for every single student in our district. As a public school district, our responsibility is really clear. We have to make sure that every student has the right to learn in a safe and respectful environment, and not that they come from their sex or for belonging to any other protected class. And that's not a suggestion from the federal government, it's actually our legal obligation. There are also some state laws or education codes that mandate this. And so it says that every student has the right to learn without discrimination or harassment. And our schools really have an affirmative obligation to confront racism, to confront sexism and all forms of bias. And so there's an urgency in this moment, and we really need to meet it by educating, by responding, and by protecting every student's access to a safe and equitable education. These These are just some additional pieces of Education Code 201. These outline our duty to counter discriminatory incidents and eliminate hostile environments in our schools. So if you could, these are two charts. If you could think of the black arrow and the line that goes up the chart as the standard. This is where we want our students to be in English language arts and in math. This data is pulled from the 2024 California School Dashboard, which is publicly available. Anything to the right of the line means our students are where we want them to be. They're exceeding the standard. And anything to the left of the line indicates that students need some additional support. So as you can see by looking at these charts at that top bar, all of our students, they are close to the standard. But when you break that data apart and look at individual student groups, there are some students who are doing really well, and there are some students who need a lot of additional support. They're very far from achieving the standard. The data that you're looking at reflects way more than academic performance. It actually reflects student experiences. When our students don't feel safe or included or welcome, it shows up in their attendance, in their behavior, and in their academic achievement. The groups that are furthest from meeting standards in our district are our African American students, our English learners, our students with disabilities, our foster youth, and our students experiencing homelessness. And these are the same students who are most likely to feel disconnected from our schools. So this isn't just an achievement gap, it's really a belonging gap. And it's what we're working to address. You can see the same pattern in our suspension data. So in this chart, think of the black arrow and the line that goes up the chart as the state average. The average percentage within our state of students who are suspended at least one day or more. When you look at this chart, our whole student group is just below the state average, which is great, that's what we want. But when you break the data apart and look at specific student groups, you can see that some of our student groups are suspended much more often than other student groups. That's not just about discipline, it's about access and belonging. Academic success is deeply connected to school climate, and when students don't feel safe or valued or supported, it can make learning take a backseat. So we're using this data to drive some targeted support. And our charge is to build systems that allow every student to access the high quality education that's available in Redlands Unified School District, because we do offer an amazing educational program. And to get there, we're just gonna have to address some of the barriers that stand in the way of that access. So as you know, some of the barriers include the use of racial slurs on our campuses. That language really makes our students feel unsafe, unwelcome, and dehumanized. To be clear, a racial slur is a derogatory or offensive term that's used to insult or demean someone based on their race. There's no form of bullying or harassment that's acceptable on our campuses, and it's never been acceptable. And I also want to clarify that we're saying that students have used racial slurs. We are never labeling them as racist. And this isn't a new issue. Unfortunately, in our district, students have been hearing slurs for years. Our principals actually requested some support around this issue fairly early in the year, and so we made the decision to begin tracking the reported incidents of racial slurs. And so far, 65 students have been documented using racial slurs against their peers. There are different slurs being used against multiple races of students, and all of it's unacceptable. That number, 65, it doesn't begin to capture the full impact of the use of these words. It doesn't reflect how many students have been harmed. It only reflects how many incidents have been formally reported and properly coded in our student information system. The actual number of students impacted is far greater. Behind each of these incidents, there's a child who came to school to learn, but instead was targeted because of their skin color. Behind each report, there's a family who trusted us to protect their child and watch them come home with pain that no person should ever carry. 65 is too many, and even 1 is too many. And while this issue isn't new, and it's not unique to Redlands, it's ours to resolve. So we're actively working to make sure that this stops, because our students' safety and their wellness and their ability to thrive really depend on it. In addition to our responsibility to respond to the use of racial slurs and hate speech in our district, it's also our responsibility to prevent this to the best of our ability. And there's some things that we've had in place all along to start to address this. And we also have plans on the horizon as well. One of the things we do is we have our site equity teams. So each school sends an equity team to the district office, and at those sessions, we provide some practical strategies tools and resources that our staff can use to make sure all our students have access to the resources and opportunities that they need to feel successful. And after we teach those strategies, the sites work together within their teams to figure out how they're going to implement those strategies on their campuses. There's 4 equity team sessions this school year. Some teams also meet on their campuses outside of those sessions, and there are 136 people who participate. The teams are made up of administrators and counselors and classified staff members, and some team members include a parent or community member as well. And there's 3 cohorts, so half of elementary will come on a Wednesday, secondary schools will come on a Wednesday afternoon for 3 hours, and then on Fridays, the second half of elementary will come for their 3 hours. And I want to publicly thank the members of our equity teams. They're really amazing and they're volunteers. They don't have to be on these teams, but they prioritize the work, and what they're doing is super important, so I just want to say that they're awesome. We also offer professional development around culturally responsive learning environments, the No Hate Zone resources, which I'm going to talk to you about in a second. And 157 people have participated in those trainings this year. Something else we offer is an equity and inclusion task force. So we've combined some teams that were previously siloed, working alone on different student groups' needs. And so we combine those and form the equity and inclusion task force. It's our first time this year having it in that format. We started small, and we really look forward to expansion in the coming years. We're constantly collaborating across departments. Myself, the team at our CSS and special services are constantly working together, making sure that we're aligning our trainings and resources so that we're all saying and reinforcing the same things. And as I mentioned, we started tracking the use of racial slurs in this district at the beginning of the school year. Right away, I started developing resources. Principals needed support, they asked for it. And so in August of 2024, which is a month after I got here, those resources were developed. Initially around addressing the use of the N-word, which is prevalently used on our campuses, and then expanding to general hate speech, and that's what the No Hate Zone resource is. And we started talking to principals in the principal meeting that was held in November of 2024. In January 24, I gave access to counselors so that they could look at the No Hate Zone resource, which was developed in collaboration with an amazing counselor, Lori Regalado. And then in February, the equity teams received detailed training on how to make their campuses no hate zones, how to combat hate speech and the use of racial slurs, and then they, within their teams, made detailed plans for how they would roll that resource out. Some of the teams decided that they would start right away, so some no hate zone lessons were delivered in March. Other teams made a more detailed plan that took a little bit longer to roll out. And so the intention behind that resource is really that counselors and teachers will have access to something when an issue arises that they can quickly reference. And what we're hearing back so far is overall really great. We're getting a lot of feedback, and some of it is around how students are using the language we taught them to stand up for themselves and others. And then we also are reinforcing the expectation through our staff that campuses remain no hate zones. Trustee Wilson, you asked a little bit more about what we did at Mariposa, so I just want to talk to you briefly about that. We started working with the principal at Mariposa early in the school year. So when an urgent need came up to address an issue that was happening on the Mariposa campus, it was easy to jump in. We were able to respond quickly and collaboratively. I'd already met with the staff at the September staff meeting at Mariposa, so meeting on campus wasn't unusual. When it became clear that students needed some additional reinforcement around kindness and belonging, and a reminder that racial slurs are unacceptable on our campuses, I visited each classroom twice. The first visit was about kindness and empathy and respecting our differences. And then the second lesson was about, it was the No Hate Zone lesson with the slides. And the slides are really just a set of slides that reinforce the expectation that no bullying, no hate speech, and no exclusion are tolerated on our campuses, and that every student deserves to feel safe and included. On top of the classroom support that I provided there, I also led 2 professional development sessions for staff. We focused the first time with teachers on reinforcing no hate zone expectations and what to do if a problem arises in their classrooms. And then the second one was on our duty to report appropriately and swiftly whenever a student tells us that they have been the target of a racial slur or that they've overheard one. I also relocated my office to Mariposa for 8 days to make sure that I was available to provide support to families and students and staff in real time. And during that time, I got to work with this awesome counselor named Diane Baker, and she provided additional support to the students who needed it. This was a whole school effort to build safety and belonging, and it's not over. It will continue, and I'm just honored to be a part of it with that staff. So where do we go from here? The No Hate Zone lesson will be shared in elementary classrooms by the end of the school year. And this lesson really just reinforces a school-wide expectation. We expect that students will come to school and not use racial slurs or unkind or language toward their peers, and that's the rule, and it's what we share in the lessons. During these brief lessons, students also learn about the importance of kindness, language they can use to stand up for themselves and others, and that they need to tell a trusted adult if anyone says these things to them or if they hear harmful words being said by anyone else at school. I worked with a counselor named Lori Redlands, like I mentioned, and she reviewed the No Hate Zone lesson for age appropriateness before I showed it to anyone else. She also adapted the original lesson to a version that has friendly language for kids who are in grades TK to 2. So the language is just slightly different from the lesson that's for grades 3 and up. And because we understand that the community may be curious about what exactly is in those lessons, the No Hate Zone lessons are actually available on the district website on the Diversity and Equity page. So if you go to the district website and you click departments and select educational services, you can click Diversity and Equity and you can see the exact words that are on each of the slides. I invite you to take a look. And my hope is that families will look too and help us reinforce these expectations from home. I'd also be happy to sit down with any of you to demonstrate the lesson exactly as I delivered it, which is also how I trained others to deliver it. Some other things that we're working on. We're developing some consistent responses and firm consequences for the use of racial slurs on our campuses. We're also creating additional education for students who use slurs at school so that they can understand the history and impact of what was said, and so that the expectation that this isn't to be repeated on campus again can be reshared. Again, never placing blame and always using the opportunity to educate our children on how they can be better towards their peers. And I want to also thank Andrea Jessup for her work helping me develop these things, and we'll absolutely continue to get family input. We're building resources and supports for families, speaking of families. And it's going to take the whole community to tackle this issue. It's a big, huge issue here. And we want it to stop, so we need your support from home. And we'll continue our work with the equity teams and continue to offer site-based trainings. We're hoping to expand the Equity and Inclusion Task Force, and then we will also continue providing professional development opportunities, which include anti-racism trainings. Okay, I'm almost done, I promise. This is not going to be easy, but we can do it. We're going to all have to work together, all of us, our staff, our students, our families, our community members, to make sure that every student in this district has full and unobstructed access to the resources and opportunities that they need to reach their full potential. And as we do that, my ask is that we'll all be mindful that even one harmful decision, even one moment where one student feels targeted or unsafe, it can have lasting consequences. If there's a chance that something we're doing could hurt even one single student, then it's our responsibility to stop. To ask ourselves, is this really helping every single student? Is it helping them feel safe and supported? And if the answer is no, then we have to stop, and we have to make a different decision. Thank you for listening. And if the board has any questions, we'd be happy to answer them at this time.
I just want to thank all of you for your work. I understand this is a very difficult topic to have to address, and when your child comes home with bullying of any type, it's painful that your child is suffering through it. And when it's based on the color of their skin or any other sort of bias, it's a special kind of hurt that you wish you did not have, your child did not have to experience. So I thank you and your equity teams for everything that you're doing to help our students come to school in a safe environment. So I just want to thank you and tell you how much I appreciate you guys.
For a job well done for you and your team. Appreciate all your hard work in this, and your speaking, your demeanor is so quiet and soft, and everybody was listening. It was great. So I just want to thank you for all your hard work. Keep up the good work. And thank you for taking us in the right direction. Thank you.
I recently had the pleasure of meeting Ms. Shea, and I've been dying to meet you because everyone on top time, and you just really just came in very promptly and just right in time for our situations that had escalated at Mariposa. I just want to appreciate you. I was very impressed when I met with you, and I really liked what you had to say. I liked your mindset, and the approach that you've taken to all of this is very thoughtful, and it's very considerate of all of the kids involved. So thank you so much.
I had just kind of a practical question. You mentioned lessons on the website that parents can access. What was that exactly?
Yes, so the No Hate Zone lesson, the content that's on the slides is also on the district website. So if you navigate to the Educational Services tab at the top under departments, then you can go to Diversity and Equity. It's on the left-hand side, and that's where you can find it.
Okay, that's great. Good to know. And I do appreciate your presentation and all the information, because I didn't realize you were so new in the position. So I really applaud you for getting a handle on it and going forward full steam, trying to get people educated and involved, and that's great. Thank you very much.
Hi, Michelle. I just want to echo what everybody said. I really appreciate the work you've done and the help you're giving all of our students and their families too, because they'll take home what they've learned and it will spill into their families and then come back to school. So I really appreciate it. Appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now we're going to have students, Beatrix Williams, Love Afolabi, I can't say your last name ever, Wrigley Gillian, and Mahira Modro. Ella, bye Ella.
Good evening, my name is Roger Gian, and I'm the president and founder of the Mental Health Advocate Club at Redlands High School. Good evening, my name is Nayana Modro, and I am the vice president of the Mental Health Advocate Club at RHS.
Good evening, my name is Beatrix Williams, and I am the advocacy leader for the Mental Health Club at RHS.
Good evening, my name is Love Afolabi, and I am the president of the Mental Health Awareness Club at Redlands East Valley High School.
Next slide. Oh, we don't have, oh yes, sorry.
Alright. Youth mental health is rising in attention nationally and globally, meaning it's also affecting youth locally. Today, we are proposing a tool to benefit our students, but let's take a step back and understand why. So here's our research. Youth depression rates have risen nearly 150% from 2011 to 2021. Post-pandemic, about 10 years. Now, that may seem not too long or that may seem very long for us, but it's not too long in a historical standpoint. Students are still experiencing the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. 50% of mental health disorders begin by age 14, and 75% are onset by age 25, meaning that this is a very critical time in our students' lives as youth. It's a transformative time. Next, students with depression are 2 times more likely to drop out of school in comparison to their peers. So not only do you see when this is onset, but you see the outcomes. So you're thinking, why can a school help? Well, we have the 2 perfect things that make this the best combination possible: opportunity and access. Students spend most of their time at school, 7 hours, even into the night, extra time with their extracurricular sports and whatnot. It's where support is most accessible. It's where there are trusted adults to help them. And the most readily available resources for students are typically at those schools, and they're most abundant. Now, for students' mental health, you'll see that typically right now, our referral criteria with our counselors to flag students for intervention would be through observable or seen behaviors. Now that's how we know students are struggling, but what about the ones who go unseen? Well, these observable behaviors would be things like chronic absenteeism, significant academic decline in grades, sleeping in class, noticeably disruptive behavior, and evidence of physical harm on their bodies. To put this in perspective, we have a hypothetical scenario. Maya is a student at Redlands East Valley, and she goes to school every day, turns in all her assignments. She's a perfect role model student, earning her high grades. To her teachers, she seems well prepared for high school, the real world. But what they don't see, these teachers, is how Maya experiences extreme anxiety, chronic depression. She has trouble breathing with nervous, a tight chest, and often feels unstable throughout her time at school. Now, at Maya's school, mental health support is only triggered when a teacher refers a student based on visible signs or a bold initiated conversation by the student. No one realizes Maya is struggling until a mental health screener is introduced school-wide, capturing not only her external behaviors, but her emotional health, and it's self-reported. Maya's screener results reveal a high level of need, prompting a follow-up from a counselor and intervention, directing Maya for the first time in her life to a mental health support or service that she cannot access at home.
As leaders of the mental health clubs at RHS and REV, we're the ones students come to when they're overwhelmed, anxious, or just unsure of where to turn. We hear their stories constantly and all year long. That gives us really personal and ongoing view of what actually is happening on campus. And we've also seen the gaps. Clearly, too many students still don't know where to go until things get really bad. Sometimes they wait until they're in crisis because they don't know their options or they feel like no one will really listen. And even when support is available, it's not always easy to access. We didn't want to just point out problems. We took time to really understand the system. We talked with counselors, school psychologists, and administrators to figure out how mental health support is structured and why some things fall through the cracks. What we found is that there is a lot of good intention, but there are also big challenges, from limited staffing to students falling through the cracks simply because there isn't a proactive way to check in with them. And because of our roles, we get to see both sides. We know what students are experiencing in real time, and we also understand the limitations and pressures that staff are facing. This dual perspective is what makes our voice so important in this. We are not just asking for change, we are offering insight into how to make it actually work for everyone involved. We propose to have high schools implement and administer a digital mental health screener within students' English classes. It will begin with once a year implementation and transition to twice a year. Why should we have a mental health screener at school, you may be wondering. Students currently who deal with unaddressed mental health needs don't have the information available to find their resources that they need to succeed in their communities. At school, counselors are equipped to help students because of their knowledge on mental health and student psychology. With the screener, they can also help process data and give students access to the professionals who could help them with their specific needs. And you may be wondering, what is a mental health screener? A screener is a questionnaire that assesses a student's emotional well-being and mental health to identify students or those who may need support. A mental health screener matters within our schools because it identifies students' needs early and connects them to school-based support to get the access to resources they need. It also provides a safe and confidential matter for students to be screened in and allows students to know that others are there to help them and that their mental health matters.
And so now the big question is, what's the cost? If we use structures that are already implemented, or if we create new ones, they vary in results. If the school district decides to create a brand new screener, it would cost roughly $50,000, $100 per student for the licensing fee. However, if the school uses existing resources, such as Kelvin or even Google Forms, it would be essentially free. And an example of that Google form would be the REV Student Hub, where students are allowed to fill out this Google form and assess their needs and get help when needed. Additionally, Additionally, if the district decides that there needs to be more staff training to address these issues, that would also cost more money. We can also pull any costs, whether the screener or additional training, from the LCAT funds as well. So now let's talk about real life examples and student opinions. First, I'd like to talk about the student opinions. These questions were asked to students from ranges 9 through 12 at our schools. The first question is, how effectively does RESD meet the needs of students for mental health? One student says, it's neutral. Another says, I think there can be more done. The second question is, are there adequate resources provided by the school district? A student replies, I guess not, because I don't know where I would go to find these resources. The third question asked was, if there was a system in place to help you with that, would it improve your life? One said, yes, I think it would, and the second agreed. Lastly, we asked, would you agree that a mental health screener would benefit yourself and other students? And a student replied, yes. I know people who would really benefit from that. And the second saying, absolutely. Now, I want to talk about these examples. These examples come from our peers, our classmates. We see them, we hear them. First, there is a student who expresses to their teacher that they are struggling with depression. They ask for support and their teacher supported. But without that bold and brave conversation initiated by the student, they would not get any other support otherwise. Secondly, a student is consistently late and falling asleep in class. Their teacher takes notice and refers them to their counselor. Because they had physical signs of struggle, they were given support. But what about the students who don't have physical signs? And lastly, a student athlete is seen with self-harm scars on their body during practice, and their coach refers them to a counselor. And again, the question is, what happens to the students who do not have these physical signs?
As you can see, this project was not one thought of overnight. A lot of time, commitment, and effort has been put into it. It all started in November of 2023 when Briley and Naya began the project. With assistance from Dr. Moore, a professor of psychology at UC Riverside, they were able to begin researching and writing the policy brief. In the summer of 2024, Beatrix and I were introduced to the project, and we both saw the need for the screener, so we began collaborating with them to see this through. In July, we attended our first school board meeting together and gave a public comment about why a mental health screener would be beneficial to high schoolers in the RUSD. And in fall of 2024, we finalized the policy brief and we attended the school board meeting again. After that meeting, we reached out personally to the superintendent and have met him on multiple occasions to discuss the implementation and process of this screener. This screener is a proactive solution. It is not a reactive one. Too often, we wait until students are in crisis to act, but by then, it's already too late. This tool helps us catch the silent struggles, the quiet ones, the ones that go unnoticed before they grow into something bigger. And most importantly, this idea didn't come from a policy, it came from us students, from lived experience. We see this need every day, and we are asking for the implementation of a solution that meets this need. Student mental health directly impacts learning as well. When students are emotionally overwhelmed, it becomes harder for them to focus, retain information, and even stay present in class. And finally, this need is urgent. Support systems right now are mostly to catch only the visible signs, but many students are silently hurting. A screener ensures that every student has a chance to be seen and supported before things escalate. Thank you.
I think it's a wonderful idea. I saw about almost 30 letters that you sent, and I read some of them, but I didn't have time to read them all tonight before the meeting, and I will get through them all, but thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming and presenting. Anybody else have anything they would like to say to our students? Oh, and one more thing, I'm sorry. When somebody's up here speaking, if you could please refrain from clapping, doing this, whatever you were doing, it's kind of distracting, and you could, at the end, you can just joyously clap for them at the end. Thank you.
I just want to tell you how proud I am of you. I do remember our conversations over the summer about how this was a passion of yours, and to see you you guys here in front of us speaking to the board is a real joy, and I want to thank you for advocating for your student years. Having kids gone through high school, and you know, you see it when, especially, we have a lot of high achievers in our schools, and it's really upsetting sometimes to see how some of them are struggling with anxiety, and it's kind of almost self-inflicted competition sometimes, pressure to be the best, and because they are the best, nobody really takes notice, and I thank you for noticing, and I thank you for advocating for all our students. And it isn't just the ones, you know, that are suffering in their grades. A lot of the times when we have suspensions, expulsions, that's the first thing I kind of look at is their grades, to see how maybe we missed something, to see how we let somebody slip through the cracks, but it's not always just that person. So you all are amazing for doing this, and I thank you, and you are so articulate, and you are so well versed in all of this, and you're just incredible. Thank you.
A great presentation, and I love the idea of being proactive instead of reactive. And I agree with you that there's a lot of silent struggles out there that we wouldn't catch. I had a lot of questions though, but maybe at a future date. I know this is going to be a long meeting, but I wanted to know how the screener would work. If this like a mandatory thing once, how frequent would this be done, and who does it, and how does it get done?
So a while back ago, we handed out our policy memo. We will re-email that to you tonight, and it answers all those questions.
Oh, okay, that would be great. And then I can email you back any further questions. But thank you for your presentation.
So having you here tonight makes me very proud that this is what we're producing at Redlands Unified School District. You gals are amazing. And what you're doing for your peers is even more amazing. You are so awesome to be here. I am so proud of you. It takes a lot to come and speak in front of a big crowd like this, and without you in college. So thank you so much. Keep up the good work. Let us know what we can do.
I agree. Thank you so much. I think it's really an innovative idea, and I do have quite a few questions that I would like to discuss further. So I'll look forward to receiving that information, and then be able to talk to you all about some specific information that I would want to know, because I know it's never easy to roll out something new and something that requires so much follow-up and assessment of the surveys and follow-up with the student and so forth. So I'm curious to, how it's been done maybe in other schools and what the results are and things like that. So I look forward to getting more information.
If I could just say, awesome job. I mean, you really did an excellent job tonight. So I know you're getting ready to graduate, and you wish you could have done this probably a year ago, because you really want an answer. Are we going to do this or not? And I explained to you all last week, this is step one. The board is now very aware. They have some questions. We're going to discuss it, and you will know before you graduate how we're going to move forward with this. Okay? So, excellent work.
We now are under public participation. This is the time that any member of the public may address the board on anything that falls under the jurisdiction of the Board of Education, provided the person submits a completed registration card to address the board form to the clerk of the board or his or her designee prior to the time the chairperson calls the item for the board's consideration. This is not meant to be a debating period. Complaints and problems related to policy matters will be referred to the superintendent. The person wishing to address the board shall, when recognized by the chairperson of the board, step up to the podium and announce his or her name. In the interest of facilitating the business of the board, the chairperson shall establish the amount of time each speaker may use to address the board prior to the first speaker, but no more than 3 minutes, unless the chairperson or majority of the board determines that a different time limit is
Quick, also really quick before we begin. Couple of points that I want to just address. There are 2 different times to be able to speak. This is for agenda items, and we did ask the public to fill out 1 blue card per agenda item. So we do have some speakers that have multiple cards submitted. You will get 1.5 minutes for each item. We have a total of 102 blue cards. And then after the board takes action on the agenda items, you will have an opportunity for public comments. Public comments, we have 55 cards submitted. Okay, social scientist, not a mathematician, but that's like 3 hours of time that we're going to hear from the public, and we do want to hear from everyone. So I'm starting by asking for patience. We are going to probably take a break somewhere during this time. And then I will also address very quickly, I'm trying my best for everybody to understand that we have students not only present, but we also have students watching. And I'm asking that you keep that in mind when you come up to the podium to speak. I love the freedom of speech. This is why it is awesome to be here. That means that sometimes somebody can go up there and say something that somebody else finds hateful or offensive. And I'm talking to both sides. Okay, I'm not talking to one side here. We have 2 specific sides, and I'm speaking to everyone. Our kids matter, and they are watching and they are listening. So please be mindful of that when you come up to the podium to speak to the board, which is my last reminder. When you come up to the podium, you're speaking to the board, not to the audience. Please make sure you address the 5 members of the board. You're trying to make a point. When you speak about an agenda item, the whole point of that is so that you can try to give your point before they vote. That's why you get that opportunity to speak on agenda items. Your public comments, you can basically say anything you want. It doesn't even have to have a jurisdiction of the board. Public comments, you're allowed to say anything you'd like. However, be mindful that kids are watching, and be mindful that there are kids here in this room with us. Thank you.
And I'll just remind you again, when the speaker is up here speaking, please refrain from making a comment, anything you're gonna do, snap your fingers, clap, whatever, until they're done. Thank you. So we can get through these. Thank you.
Also, I wanted to clarify what I will do is if you don't need your full 1.5 minutes for an agenda item, just let me know you're done with that one. I'll stop the clock. I'll start it again, and so that, you know, we can get through these. So our first speaker up is Christine, and the first topic, should I read out what their agenda item is? Okay, first topic is well, I can't read it, censure.
Okay.
Dr. Christine.
Okay, so Melissa's behavior, my name's Christine, by the way. Thank you all, board, thank you again for being here. Melissa's behavior at the last meeting was sad and pathetic. I've never heard of a board member acting that way. We know what would have happened if Candy or Jeanette would have done something like that. It would have been all over the news. It would have... I'm asking that you publicly apologize for your actions and behavior towards Candy. There's a reason that Mr. Hill is sitting between you guys tonight. And I want you to publicly acknowledge that you raised your hand to Candy. The flag they want on their property, they have every right to do so. At school, however, it is not appropriate to fly the pride flag. The American flag is the most inclusive flag of all. It covers all of us. It represents all of us. Americans are not one color, one race, or one religion. We are one nation under God. Therefore, the American flag should be flown in public schools, followed by the state flag only.
here tonight is upsetting. It's upsetting because we shouldn't have to be here. We shouldn't have to come here and say that we need to save girls' sports. We shouldn't be begging for common sense. The words are girls' sports. It's common sense, boys are boys, girls are girls. There are fundamental differences between the two. No matter how you feel, you can't change your gender. There are only two genders, and you are assigned that at birth. This is about nothing but protecting women and girls. The opposite here. We got here because too many people are afraid of being name called. We got here because too many people are afraid of the backlash and losing their jobs because of hostile work environments. We got here because too many fathers weren't standing up. And I want to thank every father that is standing up for their daughters. Teenage girls, I'm here to speak for all of the teachers who've reached out over the years, who simply don't want to be a target at work and don't want a hostile work environment. Police officers who don't have a voice. I'm speaking for everyone who has reached out over the years and said thank you for being our voice. The little girls who have reached out to me over the years. No one wants to come out and do this. I don't want to be here. I'm missing my friend's daughter's birthday party tonight. I'm going to be here all night. I don't want to be here. None of us do.
Next up, we have Susan Padilla.
Welcome, Susan.
Speaking about the agenda item 22.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. My name is Susan Padilla. I'm a 25-year resident of Redlands. My 3 daughters all graduated from Redlands High School, and 3 of my grandchildren are enrolled in the district. I would like to address the proposed changes to AR 1312.2. First, I would like to say that in an article dated October 4th, 2024, Ms. Olson, Board Member Olson, said that we want leaders who don't impose their values on others. You let the families raise their own children. Board Member Olson, I agree with you on that. Thank you very much. In the matter of restricting books, there is a current AR 1312.2 policy in place that protects individual parental rights. There is an opt-out policy where parents can ask that their child not read an assigned book or not check out books without parental permission. That policy allows challenges to reading material and protects the rights of every parent. It allows individual families to make decisions for their children, for each parent to be in charge of raising their child. This board would like to implement policy changes that give the board full control of decisions concerning which books are appropriate. This is an overreach and neutralizes parent and community rights. Section 1.8 allows the board to override the review committee's decision about a complaint about library materials. Section 2 allows the board to remove materials deemed inappropriate by anyone for 50 days and gives the board full power to decide if the book can remain.
Thank you, Susan.
I support the current policy.
Next up, we have Valerie Zavis speaking about the girls' sports and SQAM.
Welcome, Valerie.
I filled out an orange card, I think inappropriately. I wasn't supposed to. It goes along with this. They told me to put it on the orange card, but I think it's all the same thing.
So first, I just wanted to talk about the censoring of Melissa. It's just been one too many times that we've witnessed the same behavior from Melissa. It was extremely inappropriate and disrespectful towards Candy, and it cannot be ignored. This behavior should not be tolerated in what should be a professional setting. A formal censure of Melissa is necessary and appropriate. Her conduct in words, tone, and at the last meeting, a threatening body posturing should not be tolerated. Every member deserves to be treated with respect and in a professional manner, whether they are in agreement with each other or not. If you let this behavior go without so much as acknowledging it, you are sending a strong message that it is acceptable. The gentleman from RTA, I'm sorry, I don't know his name, he raised concerns about the students' behavior on the playground. And I'd just like to suggest that maybe some of this behavior is a reflection of what children are seeing from certain adults, maybe a particular board member and some of her supporters who regularly attend these meetings.
It's no secret that before and after these sessions, some of these individuals have been seen engaging in harassment, name-calling, and aggressive filming of others. Children absorb what they see, and if this is the example being set by the adults in their lives, we shouldn't be surprised when they mirror that conduct. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mel.
Can I talk on the others? Okay. So I wanted to express my support for keeping biological boys out of girls' sports. Females have fought for years to have equal access to athletic competition. Title IX was designed to ensure equal opportunities for them. There are biological differences between the two genders. Males are faster, have greater bone density, more muscle mass, they have longer limbs. Overall, they have a different physical framework. Our daughters train hard and are talented, but allowing boys to compete in girls' sports is taking a chance at first place away from them before they even get started. Okay, I have one more. I'm opposed to the SCAQMD proposed rulings. The district will suffer financially to the tune of millions if this is passed, not to mention the cost to homeowners and the apartment residents who will be displaced while the necessary changes are made. And just very quickly, since it seems like tally is being kept, I am in support of the proposed flat policy and the new book challenge policy. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jermaine Miles. Agenda XB.
Welcome, Jermaine.
Good evening, Jermaine Miles. I am a proud parent of a kindergartner here, and I also live in trustee area 2. Do you know how many trans students there are between the ages of 13 and 17? Nationwide, there are approximately 310,000. And of those 310,000, only 122,000 of those play high school sports. So, I don't believe there are any here in RUSD. I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, we don't have any. So my question is exactly why are we here wasting our time, our money, and our future money in terms of lawsuits on this topic? And tell me please, how are we going to enforce this? Will you hire someone at additional expense to check genitalia? And for those people with their Protect Girls, are you okay with an adult checking girls' genitalia to see whether or not they are female or male? Are you going to forbid the kindergartner that is a tomboy from playing kickball because you think that she might be transgender? Again, all of this is wasting precious time and money that should be focused elsewhere. You heard the list from the Teachers Association. Our students and our schools deserve that money.
I was here, I was outside.
No, you weren't. Yes, she was.
Yes, I was in a while, so get over it. Your name is that much, you don't get my voice. My name is Sonia Shaw. I'm a mom of 2 amazing female athletes. I'm also the president of Chino Valley Unified School Board, and I am the majority voice for parents all across California. When it comes to,
I'm sorry.
You see the games they play?
Are you gonna stop this?
We're gonna stop.
No, it's okay, I'm used to it.
No,
Democrats,
I'm sorry. I asked you
antagonizing,
to-
that's what they do when they
I
have a different
asked you
voice.
to refrain from that, please, or else I can have you removed if that's what you would like.
I know exactly what it's like to be targeted by those who scream tolerance, but show none to anyone who disagrees with their radical ideologies. You're not alone. I thank you guys
Your community showed up. There's a reason why you're here. Boys are boys, girls are girls. We've heard that over and over. God made each child beautiful just the way they are, and any adult telling them otherwise needs serious help. Stop pushing your own insecurities and mental health issues onto children. Shame on them. This resolution to protect girls in sports is not controversial. It's common sense. We're here to make common sense common again. It's fair. It's about ensuring that our daughters who train, sacrifice, and give everything to their sport are not robbed of the opportunities. That's not discrimination. Discrimination is not letting a boy play in his sports and a girl not playing in their sports. It's discriminating against our girls to not allow the fairness in their own sports. When we have boys shattering their record, what is that? What do you call that? That's not fair. I'm a mother of 2 athletes. I see the blood, the sweat, and the tears. And it's not right to sit here and call it in the name of fairness and equality. It's not equality when you're taking someone else's rights away from them. You know, we are gonna win this fight. Whether they want to scream and cry while we do it, our girls will win because we are not going to stop. We're going to continue to grow stronger. We're going to have a louder voice, and we're taking action. This will be seen in higher courts because right now we've already passed a policy in Chino Valley that says that we are asking Trump to come down and intervene. Thank you.
So then I have you.
I have the flag policy.
XE1, XX. I don't know which one is which. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm also here to stand and support the flag policy to ensure that the American flag, the symbol of unity, sacrifice, and freedom, remains the front and center of every classroom. It's not about division, it's about clarity. It's about ensuring that our schools focus on education, not indoctrination. Classrooms should not be billboards for political agendas. These are sacred spaces for learning and growth, and for developing critical thinkers who are proud of their country, not children that grew up to hate their countries. You see it happening all around the United States. My father came from Jerusalem, joined the military, and fought hard for this country. We were raised and taught to love our country, and we appreciate those that served in the military. To say anything else to a child, what is that? That's an ideology that should be left at home, not into the school. We pay taxpayer dollars for this, all of us do. You guys have a big sex scandal that's going on. I think it was a $25 million settlement. What does that show you? That there's secrets, there's an agenda being pushed on, all in the name of what? And you want these people's others' ideologies flying all over? Okay, then fair is fair. Put members are attacking you. We've seen it. But you know what's beautiful is they're exposing themselves. Let them expose themselves because the rest of those seats will be replaced by people who care. I think that's all. Okay.
Next up, we have Oscar Avila.
Welcome, Oscar.
Okay. Good evening, board. My name is Oscar. I'm here in support of adopting resolution number yada 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 supporting Title IX. Okay. One of the things that they always say, people that like boys in the locker room, the people that want to tell boys, they want to tell children, they want to make bodies, is that it's the 1%, right? But they don't understand the 1% is beating the 100%. We got a boy in Orissa County. He's ranked third in the country, right? So he's beating everybody, even Redlands, Chino, Riverside. So we got the boy running for the whole state. So it's not that just it's what the 1%, what it means is the 1%, which are boys, are beating the 100% of the girls. So I support this. I know it's against the law. I know that Title IX is defined by sex, not identified gender. It's a sex, biological sex. So we know that boys in locker rooms, boys playing against girls, violating Title IX, which is a federal offense. So President Trump signed executive action saying that any state that's not following that Title IX is going to lose funding. So Redlands, you're going to lose funding, right? We're going to sue Sacramento. They're going to be sued. You're going to see Pam Bonnie come over here and take your money away. You're going to be crying about it. So I'm telling you, support all the girls, support biological girls. Stop allowing daughters and girls to be in locker rooms where boys are clothing themselves, blaming themselves. I mean, if I have 4 daughters, right? So I don't want anybody's daughters to be exposed to that. They say, why is this only a minority of boys that are beating girls? They're beating all the girls in the country. The boy in this area, Merced County, is ranked 3rd in the country. 3rd in the country. So please do that.
Thank you, Oscar.
Basner. I've got a lot of topics to cover. Let's start on the air quality one. We have the worst air quality in the entire country, right here in San Bernardino County. No matter how much you want to deny it, no matter how much you want to pretend it isn't true, no matter how many federal agencies our toddler-in-chief attempts to dismantle, we have the worst air quality in the country. The rule you are opposing attempts to improve the air quality for our students, for you and for me. If we improve our air quality, our students will have fewer asthma attacks, fewer emergency room visits, fewer missed school days. Why aren't we prioritizing our children's ability to breathe? Our city council looked at this topic and decided it'd be better to engage with this agency during the rulemaking process. Get additional info, ensure these rules strike an appropriate balance between addressing our worst in the country air quality and the costs associated with slowly transitioning away from fossil fuels. Please follow their lead, engage with this agency, and advocate for our children's health. Oh, and the costs you specified in the resolution are complete nonsense, by the way. It belongs in the fiction section. Next one, the item on girls' sports. Let's start with some facts. Sex is not binary. It's better described as a bimodal spectrum. That means chromosomes, hormone levels, and biology exist across a wide range and cluster as traits, often at one side of the spectrum or the other, male or female, but not always. Some people's attributes don't fit into the convenient boxes of male or female. I admit it may be difficult to apply the principles of fairness, inclusion, and respect for everyone when athletics are divided up under the false assumption that sex is binary, but that isn't the fault of the trans and non-binary communities. It is the failing of our society not being informed enough, kind enough, and proactive enough to welcome and include these beautiful individuals just as they are. If you start the conversation saying there are only two sexes and falsely accuse boys of participating in girls' sports, then your ignorance of science and the hostility in your heart precludes us from having a reasonable conversation. And if that is your starting point, then I will prioritize the dignity and well-being of our trans and non-binary community. Instead of judging and vilifying the community you know nothing about, you need to sit with them, listen to them, laugh with them, cry with them, get to know them. Stop trying to regulate and bully them out of existence. And by the way, this resolution conflicts with California law and is completely illegal. I hope you guys are paying attention. Next one. Book banning. When it comes to the book policy, the first sentence starts with a valid premise. Parents have a right to be informed about and involved in their child's education. Their being the key word, their children. After that sentence, this policy veers wildly from the premise. We already have processes in place that enable parents to be informed about and control what their child is reading. These policies already exist, they're in place, they are working today. The rest of this proposal facilitates random people to influence what my child has access to. This policy tramples on my rights and my child's rights to access information. And let's be honest about what is happening. The reason we are even talking about this policy is due to one conservative woman in Tennessee, Karen England, and her crazed book banning crusade. She has people in a frenzy over nothing. I don't co-parent with Karen England. If you want to, that's fine, but in the land of freedom and liberty, our library should contain a wide range of information and stories. One random crazy conservative woman in Tennessee should not get to dictate what's in Redlands school libraries. Next one. Flag displays. On the flag policy, the entire premise of this policy is illegal and goes directly against our Constitution. Remember, we are not talking about what is on the flagpole. This policy limits what is in classrooms, what's on school grounds, what's on billboards around campus. You forget, you are the government. When you limit teachers and students' voices, you are engaging in government censorship. If you were to pass this policy, you would get sued so quickly your head would spin. You are blatantly, egregiously violating teachers' and students' First Amendment rights. Our school district already has long-term financial challenges. This policy will trigger lawsuits. You are sure to lose. It's irresponsible and reckless. And let me remind you of a related rule. If someone doesn't want to participate in the Pledge of Allegiance, they have the option to simply maintain a respectful attitude and silence. Why can't you follow the same rule? You don't have to wave the pride flag if you don't want. Just maintain a respectful attitude and silence. Next. Censure discussion. I'm actually excited about this discussion because there's been a ton of behavior worthy of censure. Ms. Wilson expressing sympathy for Nazis and denying that flag is a hate symbol is a great place to start. You could discuss Ms. Wilson's online videos where she judges and vilifies people based on how they pray or who they love. That's worthy of censure. You might discuss how both Ms. Wilson and Ms. Olson participated in illegal activity since their church is now involved in politics. How about censuring Ms. Olson for violating campaign finance laws, specifically case 2024-01279. It's still pending, so censure might be a little premature on that one. You might censure Ms. Olson for the time she was escorted out of this very room by police. But it was a while ago, so I think people have probably moved on from that one. How about the time Ms. Olson destroyed a roadside memorial and delusionally called it a satanic shrine? That lack of human empathy for a stranger simply dealing with grief is worthy of censure. Ms. Olson's blocking multiple people on social media in violation of the Brown Act is worthy of censure. Or how about Ms. Olson engaging in discriminatory and bullying behavior by referring to the LGBTQ community as a cult? Or Ms. Olson recently attacking a teacher online simply for that teacher exercising their right to free speech? Or her liking Proud Boy post this very day, today.
Thank you, Michael.
Sorry I couldn't get through all of it. This is for Melissa.
Hi there, my name is Hannah Edmondson. I'm from Area 5. I'm a teacher up the hill. I finished my work day, my after-school math club, and I got here as fast as I could to get a seat because I live in this town, and I didn't have time to change my clothes. Today was wax museum at school at the elementary school, and I am dressed as Sophie Germain, the 18th century mathematician who had to study in secret. Her parents didn't think it was appropriate for a young girl to learn math. They even took away her candle so she couldn't read at night. The idea that learning can be inappropriate is exactly why I'm speaking out against book bans. When we remove books from school, we send the same message, that curiosity has limits, that certain voices and stories don't belong. Students deserve access to books that challenge them and challenge us, reflect their identities, and open their minds to the wider world. Let us not dim the lights of their education. Let us be the ones who hand them the candle, not take it away. Thank
you. Welcome, Tricia.
Okay, I have 4 to meet tonight. Hello, my name is Tricia Keeling. I'm a parent to Redlands students and a resident of East Highland. This is about the anti-trans sports resolution. This is a continued waste of our district's resources and time. There is already standing laws and protection for all girls in sports in the state of California. And the fact that there aren't any trans athletes participating in Redlands sports currently, as far as I know, demonstrates yet again board members Candy Olson and Jeanette Wilson are focused on creating problems which don't exist and they cannot get any actual governance done. Currently, there are 2 trans athletes in both Riverside and Haruka Valley. I know their families, I know these girls, and both girls have been the victims of being doxxed, having their personal information shared publicly by adults, publicly mocked and harassed at their track meets. By passing this resolution, this would be yet another Chino, we just had Sonia Shaw here, cut and paste policy. They just passed this week, Resolutions such as this contribute to the harassment and discrimination of the girls, just like in Herba Valley and Riverside. Redlands should not and cannot stand for this form of discrimination. Tonight we are seeing numbers of outside groups and extremists from around Southern California who are here to simply encourage you to pass a resolution because it's anti-trans and hateful. This is not what Redlands stands for.
Oh, you have more?
Yep, I have 4. Flag ban is next. I'm here to speak in opposition of the continued discussion of the proposed flag ban. I know from a public records request that board member Candy Olson stated this, that board member Candy Olson is only seeking to ban one flag in our district's classrooms, that is the pride flag, making this policy clearly discriminatory towards LGBTQ students, staff, families, and volunteers. Board member Olson stated this specifically in September of 2023 in an email to the board, and also mistakenly stated that there was no one suing over Temecula's flag ban. Sadly, Temecula spent approximately $100,000 in litigation and lawyers' fees due to their flag ban policy being questioned by the Public Employee Relations Board, which they ultimately lost and then had to rescind. Please don't do that to our district. We simply cannot afford to be so wasteful with our tax dollars over board members Jeanette Wilson and Candy Olson's clear pursuit of culture war politics. Our tax dollars deserve to be spent in the classroom and not in the courtroom. Furthermore, our district has a long-standing tradition of celebrating holidays such as Chicano History Month, Black History Month, even Banned Book Week, Pride Month, and more. With this policy, you will be depriving our students and community of equal representation. These things matter. All right, next one. Book banning. I continue to repeat myself, but this is also another cut and paste policy that was introduced and passed by Chino Valley Unified School Board. We just had Chino Valley's president travel here from Chino as the puppet master to speak on this. It is widely rumored that the individual that wrote that policy in Chino is an activist named Karen England, a member for the Council of National Policy, and the person behind the website Take Back Our Classroom. She is also friends with board member Candy Olson on social media. Karen England lives in Tennessee and flies out to California when these policies are up for debate. Recently, Karen updated her website with an even longer list of books that she wishes to ban in a state she does not live in. She has now included Redlands Unified Schools on her website, where you can click around and see which books she wants challenged in each specific school site. As a reminder, 8 or 9 books were challenged in 2022 by board member Jeanette Wilson and community member Dale Broom. Both of these individuals do not have children in our district, and this process cost the district $20,000. We cannot afford the amount of fees it will cost for the number of books that Karen England, again, not even a resident of our state, wants to challenge and ban in our community schools. We need to trust the expertise of our librarians, not out-of-state political activists, and even political activists from Chino. All right, lastly, on censure. Board member Candy Olson has spent the last 2 weeks posting on social media about this. In those posts, she is making the accusation that another board member, who incidentally has been the most vocal in support of all students within this district, has threatened violence against her. There's zero proof of this. There's zero video of this. There's zero evidence this happened because it didn't happen. This is a blatantly clear attempt to silence the board member who has stood publicly in opposition of the most hateful and expensive policies that board member Olson is attempting to pass. Or is it Sonia Shaw, I don't know. I could say that you should be censured, Ms. Olson, for your public support for hateful and divisive policies. Furthermore, your social media has encouraged violence. It is not something that the students in this district can be proud of. For instance, Candy Olson shared a video just today on her social media by an individual named Jason Sanders, who goes by JJ Whosoever on Instagram. He's a known Proud Boy and has made numerous videos promoting violence. This is shameful and not an example to our students. Thank you.
Next up, we have Gustavo Hurtado.
Welcome, Gustavo.
There's a lot on the docket, but I'm mostly going to be talking about basically trans girls in sports. Hi everyone, my name is Gustavo Hurtado. I live in Riverside, good chunk since like 2010, but I've lived in the IE like since 2000, so I love this area. But first of all, I wanted to say trans girls are girls, and I really want that to be kind of, even if we have ideological differences on other matters, I really think if you care about girls, you include trans girls in that like effort to protect girls. The law has been in place for over a decade, and only it's been a recent kind of like culture war aspect. I keep on hearing this thing that girls are in danger. For every like Riley, whatever, like there is Candace Parker, Sue Bird, Meg Rapinoe, Don Sealy. I can name a bunch of kick-ass female athletes who basically are able to kind of testify the fact that they're not threatened by trans women in sports. And also we're talking about youth. I keep on hearing this idea that like girls are more deserving basically because they blood, sweat, and tears. That's a basic mission for any like competition. So really, in terms of like competition, place in community, we really should be thinking about trans girls having a space in community. Do we want to isolate trans girls?
Next up, we have Finn. Can't read the last name.
Welcome, Ben.
Hello, my name is Finn. I come to you today as a current student at RHS who is truly frightened for the future being formed by these hate-filled policies trying to be passed. It is essentially an act of dehumanization to restrict the representation of diverse cultures and welcoming communities. Additionally, the policy itself is very vague in its writing and can lead to further harmful censorship that will affect all. As a member of the LGBTQ community, taking away flags, which is a key indicator of safety, will be inherently harmful. Not only are these policies harmful to communities, but also the hundreds of millions of students in this district. How do you expect communal clubs like GSA, ASU, and BSU, and many more to be run by advisors if the entire subject matter behind them is censored? These policies are built on nothing but hate and will take with them important funding that can go back into helping these communities and students instead of being wasted on hate. More students should be heard as we are the ones being directly affected. Thank you.
Welcome, Kathy.
Kathy Jaffe. I have two boys that go to Redlands East Valley. They've been in the Redlands School District their whole lives. I actually live in Angeles Oaks, but we do go to Redlands. So I'm here to speak about I guess it's not quite a book ban yet, but we're headed in that direction when we start doing policies such as this. So you already have a policy. There's a policy for books to be challenged by parents, and as far as I can tell, it seems like it works. So my concern is that when we move in this direction, we move towards book bans. And when we move towards book bans, let's be honest, what are we banning? We're banning books by, the books that tend to be banned are overwhelmingly target race, racism, gender, sexuality, LGBTQ. Let's call a spade a spade. That's what you're after. When you talk about things that are offensive in books, what you're typically talking about are scenes about sexual assaults You know what's more offensive than a sexual assault are the women who have been through sexual assaults. When women are able to read about those things, they find something that they can identify with. They can find something that they belong. They find something that, like, oh, I'm not alone. So I'm much more concerned about all the hate that's getting spread in all of these other policies than about that being read in books. So I don't think we should be banning books.
Welcome, Jody.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board and community. My name is Jolene Barrow, and I am a proud product of Redlands Unified School District. I started Mentone Elementary in kindergarten, then I went to Moore Junior High School, and then I graduated from Redlands Senior High School. I also worked for the school district for 15 years, for those of you that do not know. I still work with the school district, and I live in this community. This is my home. I have been watching what is happening to our students, parents, and employees with heartbreak. Schools should be a safe zone for everyone. Instead, it feels like there are a few who are trying to create a toxic atmosphere of bullying and unkindness. It seems to be only those who already live in extreme privilege are not being targeted. All students, staff, and parents should be honored and protected for who they are, because who they are is wonderful. This goes for members of the LGBTQ+ community, people and children of color, people and children who live in extreme poverty, and other folks in historically marginalized groups. This board has shortened my time to speak, so I will say this for now. No. No, you will not be allowed to bully and harass people who already deal with it daily. No, you will not be allowed to spread hate and fear. No, because those of us with hearts will not allow it. Everything in our power to stop the hate. Next up we have
followed by, I'm gonna give a couple when they're only talking about one subject, followed by Jared Gustafson.
I'm sorry I didn't hear your name. That's all that clapping. Tim? Welcome,
I'm Tim Ormsby. Hi. Well, first of all, I want to say that I was so impressed by Ms. Shea's presentation. That was amazing. And I'm so glad she's working in this district. I was really moved by that. Yeah, so I don't know if she's still here. Okay. Thanks, Ms. Shea. I grew up in this community. So did my sister and brother. I raised my kid here. My sister raised her kids here. Those kids are now raising their kids here. I've always thought this was a welcoming, tolerant, compassionate community. I kind of feel not so sure about that anymore, unfortunately. But I think those are the ideals that we aspire to. And I think we can't uphold them at home or in our neighborhoods or in our churches and not uphold them in our public schools. And I feel that the proposed flag ban and symbol ban does not embody those values, and in fact embodies the opposite of those values of tolerance and compassion. Thank you.
Jared Gustafson.
All right. You got through that.
Welcome, Jared.
Thank you so much for having me tonight, Redlands School Board. I want to talk about Resolution 43, supporting women in sports. It is an honor to be here tonight. It's an honor. Because tonight it's not just about civic duty, it's about standing up for women and their sanctity. I stand here for my mother, I stand here for my sister. I stand here for my niece. I stand for my wife back there. Because all across America, women's sports are being eroded. And I could appeal to a logic. I could appeal to logic. I could talk about biological difference, or I could appeal to reason and talk about fairness. But I would like to appeal instead to the human spirit. The Bible that 2.6 billion people believe in says that God has formed us and fashioned us in the womb, that He's knit us together, that we're beautifully and wonderfully made. And there's no child born in the wrong body. I keep hearing women share about how they felt defiled when they were forced to change in front of men. Will you listen to them? I keep seeing young women physically hurt and injured by a man in their sport. Will you see them? There are a lot of ways to measure the success of a nation, but I submit to you today that one of the greatest ways to measure a nation is how they protect the vulnerable, especially in the way that they protect women. Please protect our young ladies. We'll talk about the flat man policy. 1.9 billion Muslims in the world and 2.4 billion Christians, just those faiths alone, make up over half the world's population, and these faiths are diametrically opposed to the values and ideals expressed in the pride flag. Now, if this pride flag is flown as an expression of inclusion, but it actually excludes half of the world's population, that's a problem. I know many students that do not feel safe when they see a pride flag in a classroom because it does not represent them. It represents the opposite of what they believe and are taught in their homes. I imagine a school where you go into one classroom, see the pride flag, the next classroom you might see a MAGA flag, the next classroom you may see a pro-life flag or pro-choice flag, and on and on. The school district opens it up to a flag competition where instead of focusing on academia, it's an ideological war ensues where teachers become less of an educator and more of an activist. My encouragement is this: remove all politically charged flags from classrooms and cultivate a laser focus on academia. I'd like to talk about censorship of Melissa. This quote, I love this quote. If we could read the secret history of our enemies, we should find in each person's life sorrow and suffering enough to disarm all hostility. That's Longfellow. There has been some hostility in these meetings. This is my personal experience. Last time I showed up to the school board meeting, Tricia stuck her tongue out at me like a 5-year-old. Then I came in to sit by the only seat that was available. It was next to somebody, and she greeted me with a big F you, Jared. That person was later escorted out of the room screaming the F word. I can't unfortunately say that I'm surprised entirely by this behavior because we have been witnessing the hostility of board members themselves. Patty and Melissa have repeatedly misrepresented and minimized the perspectives of board members Olson and Wilson. This hostility reached an all-time high when Melissa postured like she would punch Ms. Olson. Now, it is possible that I misunderstood Melissa's intentions, I agree, but we all witnessed Superintendent Cabral stand up to protect Ms. Olson at the last meeting. That speaks volumes itself. My encouragement is this: hostility is disarmed when we truly listen to one another in good faith. Please condemn aggressive behavior by a leader and model peace. The complaints about instructional material. I don't believe in banning books. I don't believe in censorship. But I do believe in age-appropriate reading material. And in good faith, I would extend a hand across the aisle, and I would say that my opponents here tonight actually agree with me. They believe in age-appropriate reading material. Like, nobody believes that like porn books or like magazines like Playboy should be in a library, right? So we all acknowledge there is a line. Now the question becomes, where is the line? Well, I suggest that sexually explicit material about graphic depictions of sex acts, incest, and blowjobs for 6-year-olds, and we pointed out the material that has that, crosses the dadgum line. The insane, grotesque nature of these books has crossed the line. And I say this as a social worker who believes these books are the distributions of pornography. And I say this as a minister, as someone who believes in the sanctity of children and believes that they deserve to be protected. Please shield these children from these wildly inappropriate books. Lastly, I'll just say thank you to both of you, Ms. Olson and Wilson. You have just stayed composed while other people have just defamed you, and I just respect you so much for what you're doing.
Next up, we have Greg. I know I massacred your name. Abdosh.
Hi board, thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Greg Abdosh. I'm a candidate for the 45th Assembly District, which is this district. And I'd like to speak to you guys in a different way tonight. On the censorship issue. I don't know what happened up there. I couldn't hear Melissa. I don't know what was said last board meeting, but I do know this. You guys are all elected officials. We got a speech from Superintendent before we started that kids are watching this presentation. Kids are watching this board meeting. We need to hold ourselves to a different standard. All of us. We need to walk in this room knowing that we're representing our young people. Knowing that people are watching us. Knowing that we have to hold ourselves to different things. And if something went wrong, Melissa, apologize. Move on. Let's be adults about it. Let's not take this thing any further. On the flag issue. You know, all of us have gone to school at a different time zone than right now. Right? Most of us in here are adults. Most of us in here have kids. I remember in history class understanding what the flag represented. Understanding that that flag represented my grandparents, my dad, my uncles, my brothers that served for our country. That it represented America. It represented all of us. It was not an exclusive flag. It was not a demeaning flag. It was one nation under God. Our country has dropped substantially in our education. Yet we're having conversations about flags. And we've got a very divided room on the issue. Put back the flag that was there because our country stood on it. And teach our kids. End of story. There's no more question. Let's go to the next one. I'm losing my train of thought. What's the next one? We've got the girl sports, and what's the other one? Oh, the book ban. So let's talk on that one first. First, I want to encourage parents. I want to make sure I get it right. Oh, now my phone will work. Take back the classroom. Congratulations, Karen. All the way in California, we're talking about you at school board meetings several times. Good job. We wouldn't allow kids when we were younger to walk into a 7-Eleven and buy a Playboy magazine. Yet now we're arguing because we want to allow young children to read sexually explicit books and call it education. What are we educating them about? I'm just curious. I would encourage every parent listening to this, go to that website, check it out, pull up your kid's school, pull up the books that are in your kid's school, and understand what this whole entire vote is about. It's not about banning books, it's about protecting children. Yeah. And I will continue to stand and continue to go to every board meeting and continue running for these district seats to protect every single child. Okay, let's go to the next one. I have 2 daughters, both of them athletes. And the fact that we are going up and down this state, actually I'm gonna start off with a story. If we were at a beach and there was a little girl on a beach building a sandcastle, and some little boy came over and knocked her sandcastle down, I would expect every parent in this room to walk over, talk to the two kids, and encourage them to build sandcastles together, right? Okay. You wouldn't tell one little girl she doesn't get to build her sandcastle anymore, you would protect her. Not to mention, there's now a federal ban on trans athletes in college sports. Colleges all across this country are losing funding. So what do you tell the trans athlete that you want to allow to compete in these sports when they get a scholarship to go on to college? Are you going to tell them that's where their dreams end? Why are we having this discussion? Our daughters deserve to be protected. Our daughters deserve to play in sports. If you want to play in a sport, then open up an open division. And I think it's funny that there's so many parents talking about this in here, yet you keep saying there's no trans athletes in Redlands. Then what are you doing here? Stand on values, stand on common sense. I will continue to stand and protect every single daughter and every single girl in our district. Thank you.
Okay. We're gonna take a 5-minute break and we'll be back.
So 5-minute break time, guys. We'll turn this around. Show you upside really quick. How many are still awake, guys?
That would be a perfect time. I know, I let her know.
We still have decent.
Shaking so much after this.
You get used to it after a while.
See if some of them went home or if there's still people lined up.
Okay. Okay, because I'm like
Yep, so there's still a decent line out here, guys. People walked away from here too when they called a break, so. Service went to crap when we went out here.
Yep.
I will get my.
They have a little string set up out here with a speaker. Biological males and female sports. They have a flag code one where they only want to raise the American flag. They obviously had a pretty epic board meeting last time we missed. Oh, so this group is leaving right now. So I came out here a couple of times. There wasn't any major hostility, but there was some back and forth between some folks. So we'll get the camera set back up. They should be back any minute.
It was. I prefer the book.
Clearing this area out. And they'll probably bring some more. Thank you.
No, okay, have a great night. Are you leaving tonight? Yeah.
Oh, hate speech. And then on the back it says what you are allowing is a misdemeanor. So whenever in girls' sports they hold up the no hate speech sign. That's hate speech now.
They're going to two cards. I'm number 11 on the first card.
So it looks like a lot of those groups that were here, a lot of those people didn't even speak. They're taking off. So they're going to allow some more folks to come in here. And again, thank you for tuning in, guys. Thank you for helping us out. This is going to be a long meeting. I would say at least another I don't know, hour and a half, unless something changes. But if you guys want to help out, Venmo at Oreo Josh, Cash App $sign Oreo Army for hotel and gas, guys. Again, if you're just tuning in, Redlands, California, Redlands Unified School District. And I don't see your comments right now because I'm not sitting down.
Vice President last week. Less than days
This one right here, the heavyset woman in the black, right there, that's the one that keeps speaking out. That you can hear in the camera saying something. She's the one that keeps interrupting. So I'm going to set you guys down. I'm going to go outside really quick, use the restroom, and I will be right back, but you should be rocking and rolling.
She started as a secretary, so I met her. She was always the business side, so it's like, I have a different perspective. I've never been in the video, I've never been in Yeah, I was watching it. I'm not sure if you're a class. I've done a couple high schools. That's good. Yeah, it's hard to challenging to set up and get going. That was by myself. Like, you're supposed to have help, but they go, nope, you're by yourself. It's a pretty major board. With it, like, this is generated with ChatGPT. Considering like 70% of the recording is copying and pasting errors and recording it, it's so much. And then you just measure it. Trying to make that
That was very nice of everyone. Thank you.
Okay, so now Next up, we have Jeff Mays, followed by Jean Seglum.
Welcome, Jeff.
Hello. My name is Jeff Mays. I live in northern Redlands. I know that several of the board members are people whose Christian faith is very important to them, as it is for many of us. I also know that for many Christian school board members across the country, one of the goals is to create policy to help guide America's children in a godly direction, and ultimately to guide students towards Jesus Christ. With that in mind, I would like to offer up the idea that when Christian school board members are behind taking books that students enjoy out of the library, are behind removing symbols from classrooms that are important to students, are behind creating a school environment where students do not feel comfortable being themselves, this has the effect of hardening students' hearts against Christianity. I would like to offer up the idea that when students see Christian school board members taking books that students enjoy out of the library, remove symbols from classrooms that are important to students, and create a school environment where students do not feel comfortable being themselves, this has the effect of driving students away from ever wanting to accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior.
Good evening. I'm going to talk about Title IX and CIF and girls' sports. Title IX and CIF regulations have already determined it is lawful to allow transgender girls, because they're girls, to play girls' sports. Don't waste our taxpayer money on frivolous lawsuits. The law is the law. Transgender individuals make up less than 1% of our total population, and even fewer of those are students. So why is Candy Olson pushing so hard to erase all representation of already marginalized RUSD transgender students? Is she afraid of their confidence to be authentically themselves? Their joy to live life to the fullest? Or is it their desire to be seen, respected, accepted as an athlete in their own high school?
Followed by Peter Kane.
Good evening, Superintendent and Board Trustees. My name is Lorraine Enriquez, and I live in Area 2. I'm a proud mother to say that my son is a very successful graduate of RHS. So I was reading the Title X is a federal law that prohibits sex-based discrimination in education programs and activities receiving a federal funding. It applies to all levels of education, including K through 12 schools, colleges, and universities. The law's purpose is to ensure that no person is excluded from participation, denied the benefits of, or subjected to discrimination under any educational program or activity based on sex. And the impact on athletes, Title IX has had a significant impact on sports, ensuring equal opportunities for female athletes. So tonight you're voting on supporting Title IX and fairness in girls' interscholastic sports. So it's a law, and in California, the current California CIF guidelines allow for trans girls to participate in sports. So it's a law, they're protected. I feel that if it's a law, why are you even having this on the agenda? What is the point that you guys are trying to get to? I'm just not understanding it.
Unified Board. This message is specifically for President Redler. Hello, Mrs. Redler. You must vote to reject the policies put forth by board members Olson and Wilson. According to their website, Awaken Redlands claims to be a, quote, nonpartisan group to preserve, quote, traditional American values. But let's be serious. Board members Olson and Wilson represent MAGA and the Republican Party, a party that has thoroughly abandoned any real American values like liberty, equality, honesty, and democracy. The anti-LGBTQ flag policy is absurd and un-American. And there is no serious threat to girls' sports in Redlands Unified. The issue is completely overblown and meant only to cowardly punch down at LGBTQ students. Pope Francis had this to say this weekend before he passed away, quote, how much contempt is stirred up at times towards the vulnerable, the marginalized, and migrants. On this day, I would like all of us to hope anew and to revive our trust in others, including those who are different from ourselves or come from distant lands, bringing unfamiliar customs and ways of life and ideas. For all of us are children of God. President Redler, I trust your Catholic faith now and always to protect the best interests of all our USD students. Thank you. And also to member Holohan and all y'all Quintero for your support.
I'd like to start by talking about the changes to the challenging media policy. And I'd like to start by quoting P.C. Sweeney from the Library Journal. This is not a good faith discussion. In a good faith discussion, both parties agree to an honest, respectful dialogue with the willingness to change their view if facts and data are presented. However, the board members who are proposing changes to the book challenge procedure are neither acting honestly nor respectfully. They will not consume new information and change their minds once educated on the issue. They don't care about established litmus tests for identifying obscene content. They're not interested in reading the books to put their image of a handful of pages into proper context. I hope, however, Mrs. Rendler, that you will. You represent my area of the district, and I hope that you will listen in good faith to the following facts. The Supreme Court has ruled in the 1969 Tinker case that neither students nor teachers shed their constitutional rights to freedom of speech or expression at the schoolhouse gate, and that your responsibility to maintain a safe learning environment does not equal an obligation to suppress any material you deem inappropriate. That removal or limiting access to books is a violation of the right to free speech. And finally, that over 40% of challenged books feature minorities. The proponents of this change.
Thank you, Lindsay.
I have a second.
Oh, okay.
Second, I know. I am a mother in Redlands. I have 2 children, ages 7 and 9, who go to Redlands schools. And my children have been raised to treat classmates who are different with kindness and to include them. I want to talk today about the about the women's athletics motion. Trans adolescents make up less than 1.5% of the population. For the sake of excluding this tiny minority of people, which, by the way, is itself against Title IX to exclude them, those who came to be protecting women's sports proposed to make female athletes jump through additional hurdles to prove they deserve to be there. Whether it's providing additional documentation not required of male athletes or being subjected to invasive extra examinations, including verifying their genitals. This does not feel like we are protecting girls. Girls have natural variations like everyone in bone structure, muscle mass, face shape, and hormone levels. And in this mean-spirited attempt to exclude trans children, who like all children just want to be part of something and play with their friends, you open the door to witch hunts where even women who are born women are accused of being men. We saw this in the most recent Olympics with athletes like Imane Khalif and Caster Semenya. This does not feel like it is protecting our girls. Okay? The proponents of both these changes have created straw men
and they are trying to silence the voices and not represent the constituents. Thank
you. Followed by Kate Frank.
Welcome, Jackie.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Jackie Reed, and I'm a family therapist in Redlands. I want to speak to the very real mental health consequences of the proposed agenda item banning trans girls from school sports. We know that adolescence is already a critical and vulnerable time for mental health development. For trans youth who face disproportionately high rates of anxiety, depression, and suicidal thoughts, exclusionary policies like this one send a message that they are not welcome or worthy of belonging. Participation in sports is about more than competition, more than who's biggest, who's fastest, who wins. It's about connection, confidence, teamwork, and growth. It's a social activity for children. It's a protective factor against isolation and depression. When we take that opportunity away from trans students, we're not protecting anyone, we're causing harm. Research consistently shows that inclusive environments reduce mental health risk. On the other hand, discrimination increases it. Policies like this don't just affect individual kids, they send a message to the entire school community about who gets to belong and who doesn't. That message is damaging, it causes suicide, and it's avoidable. As adults responsible for the well-being of our youth, we must prioritize mental health, safety, and inclusion. Please consider the long-term consequences of this policy and choose compassion, evidence, and equity instead.
Good evening. I am gobsmacked that I have to come here and tell you not to ban books in 2025. We all remember in history what regimes banned books. None of them were good. Our kids graduated from RSD, we're a military family, they were bookworms, they read everything. I read most of what they read. We talked about it. That's how you develop critical thinking skills. You read even things you might not agree with. Freedom of speech, freedom to read what we want. This looks like you're looking for a problem. Let's spend money on art. Let's spend money on enriching our children's education, not this that's a guaranteed lawsuit. Thank you.
Hello, I have several items to speak on. First, I want to start with Squandy. I know how much money Dale Broom shoveled into yours and Candy's campaigns, and I know that you need to jump when he says, just like you did with his candidates on the Redlands City Council. Candy, your copy paste is noted, honey. We actually want better air quality for our kids, and I bet it is less expensive than all of the lawsuits we've been trying to settle for our former assaulted teachers who were overwhelmingly cisgender, white, heterosexual Christian men. And this will improve their health and not traumatize them. Okay. I also want to talk on Title IX. Title IX, everything in that little thing is full of gender essentialist dog whistles that people who didn't pass middle school science parrot. Candy, no matter how many geriatric bikers or politician preachers your fascist church troops in to intimidate us, we will never stop supporting girls, and trans girls are girls. If you are so secure in chromosomal nonsense, who are you asking to fund the medical testing that we're gonna have to do for every female athlete? I'm sure we can't afford it. Or are you actually suggesting that a stranger inspect our girls' genitals? That is very protective of them, right? Absolutely not. I have one more. I also want to say you won't censure Jeanette for backing Nazis. You don't censure Candy for leading an organization targeting a 20-plus year veteran teacher.
So my question, Michelle, is where is the bottom of your depravity? How many women of color, like Melissa, sacrifice? How many in Redlands? I don't believe that you can protect any children. You have no right to censure Melissa for being passionate in the convictions that you can't seem to find for yourself, ma'am. You didn't have enough of a spine to stop hate speech in front of the queer and trans students who were in the room at the time in the last meeting. And I do want to say that since you are Catholic, this is blaspheming everything that the last Pope stood for. Everything that you are consistently worked with Jeanette on is a slap in the face to his consistent lifetime of work. You should be censured for your lack of leadership and allowing such a fractured board. Anyone else could do a better job at being the president of this board. Patty probably could. So Melissa, the community is here for you. The same way that you consistently show up for us. We see you, and the racist pearl clutching of the other women on this board is fragile white women syndrome at its best. Thank you.
So I'm not going to keep letting you speak if I don't have a card for that topic. We just have way too many. So up next we have Valerie Tabor.
Welcome, Valerie.
Thank you. I am a parent in the district, and I have a child at one of our elementary schools. The first topic that I have a card on is the South Coast Air Quality Resolution. I think it is, I don't even know how this resolution got on the board. These things, they don't even impact schools. So I'm not sure why. Are we gonna start having resolutions for every single bill that comes up in our assembly? This is ridiculous. And it is very clear that you are doing this just to appeal your donors. It is absolutely ridiculous. The IE has one of the worst air qualities in the nation. Not just California, the nation. And you are clutching your pearls about this stuff. It's absolutely ridiculous. So that is my first topic. My second topic is on the Title IX resolution. I'd like to congratulate Candy on her copy-paste work on this resolution. A casual reader might indeed think this is purely about protecting girls' sports if they were unaware that this resolution was originally intended to be written in support of the failed anti-trans athlete bill AB 89. They might also miss the gender essentialism dog whistles of supporting the original intention of Title IX and arguing that biological differences between males and females athletes creates inherent advantages. I would invite you to please think about the logical conclusion to the rhetoric of this resolution. How would you fairly ensure that every single student on a girls' sports team is in fact someone with an XX chromosome? How will you require invasive inhumane examinations to join a team? What happens if a student accuses another of being trans? What of intersex students who do not fit in a specific biological box? And what is your solution for these trans athletes, Candy? Do we do as your husband advocated for and give them their own league? Do you have any idea how many trans students there are? There's not even enough to have an entire league, let alone a team, to have cisgender, to be on par with the access the cisgender athletes have. Gender essentialism is nonsense. You are harming women with these policies. Please vote no on this resolution and stop being obsessed with our students' genitals. It's so weird and gross.
Next we have Kathy Dean, followed by Stephanie M.
Hi, I'm here to talk about Title IX. You've heard from lots of parents who are trying to appeal to three of your sense of morality, and I just think that's never going to work because three of you have no morals. And so, what I wanted to say is just, we recognize, those of us in the community who have critical thinking skills, that you are trying to put your Project 2025 nonsense at a local level so that it'll get easier passed at a federal level, and we're not letting that happen here. We see you, and we'll stop you. Fuck you, not you, fuck you, not you, fuck you, not you.
Bye-bye.
There you go.
Yeah, you're out of here. You're out.
I'm excused. Yes, I was planning on leaving. I have children to take care of.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, next up we have Stephanie M.
Was that a threat you just made? Did you just threaten me?
You got kicked out last time, so.
No, I did not. And I don't appreciate being threatened by you.
Welcome, Stephanie.
Hello, I'm speaking in support of trans student athletes. The spirit of Title IX is inclusionary in nature. As a school board, your focus should be on how to get more students involved, how to get them the resources that they need, not looking for ways to exclude them based on their genitals or your lack of biological knowledge. Thank you.
Emma Wolf, followed by Erica Grossman.
Welcome, Emma.
So I too am here to talk about Title IX and its need for inclusion. The fact is, the reason schools really have sports is because 17% less dropout rate for student athletes. Schools are not about sports, we're about keeping students in school and educating them. And so we need to be absolutely as inclusive as possible and giving as many students access as we possibly can. The fact is, somewhere between 0.5 and 2% of students are intersex. They do not fit what a bunch of you up there are wearing on your back, which is XX or XY. So I would love to know who's paying for the chromosomal testing of every athlete in this district. Because that's the biological fact. I grew up with a girl who did not discover that she was XY until she was a teenager. Because externally, her genitalia was female. It is not a biological fact the way you want it to be, because it makes you comfortable.
Thank you.
We can be uncomfortable as we learn new things together. And there are a lot of students who teach us new things, including our trans athletes and our intersex athletes who you may not even know exist. And you need to include them in our school sports so that they stay in school because they have higher dropout rates than anyone else.
This is regarding sport and fairness in sport. Sports bring joy to so many children, and every child deserves that chance. Trans youth are facing serious discrimination, and they rarely get to participate in sports. Why do you want to create more barriers for them? It mentions biological differences, but how exactly do you define biological differences? Are you going to require medical testing when sex is questioned? If you truly understand biology, you know chromosomes are only a fraction of the information to define your sex. That is why when chromosome testing was required for all women to compete in elite sports in 1968, Dr. Barr, who developed chromosome testing, himself opposed the regulation. In the UK, where the government is extremely anti-trans, 2 junior high girls with short hair were accused of being boys playing girls' sports, and they were demanded to expose their genitals to prove otherwise. Is that the direction you want to take? Regarding safety concerns, those who claim trans girls may cause injury ignore the fact injuries occur in women's sports all the time without trans women. You are simply promoting hatred and bullying toward trans girls. Your actions are causing severe and lasting harm to the students you are supposed to protect. this is regarding book bans. I don't understand why this has suddenly become such a big issue. Books like Romeo and Juliet, which depict junior high age children engaging in an intimate relationship after meeting at a party and take their own lives, have been in schools for generations. If you're allowed to remove certain books based on your beliefs, will you also seek to eliminate books on Darwin's theory of evolution, or blended families of step-parents, or working mothers if someone objects to those topics? Your argument is irrational. You just want to attack LGBTQ+ because you see them as sexual object, not human. And this is precisely why books are so vital. I urge you to visit a library and read books about LGBTQ+ topics. It's never too late to learn. I recently read a book written by a mother whose transgender daughter endured horrendous treatment by her school district, forcing them to move out of the state. It's just heartbreaking how cruel people can be. I truly hope that no student is ever pushed out of our schools. I also like to express my gratitude to Melissa Quintero. She's been not only a wonderful mother, but also someone always devoted to herself to the well-being of all children. And Kelly Olsen's actions are truly shameful. Thank you.
Followed by Greg Britton.
Hello, I am Aya, a trans feminine student in RHS, and here to speak out against the flag ban policy. I have here 2 flags. This flag represents the acceptance of people of all gender identities and the belief that love, no matter the gender, is still love. This flag over here represents the liberation of the Palestinian people, even in the face of settler colonialism and genocide. Then, look at this flag. This is the same flag under which we have people sending bombs to Israel to kill tens of thousands of children in Gaza. It is the same flag under which we are sending legal migrants in El Salvador prison camps. It is the same flag under which we eternalize the lives of tens of millions of indigenous Americans who were executed, ethnically cleansed, and stolen from their very own land. The same flag slave owners used to justify the cotton plantations, build Japanese internment camps, colonize the Philippines, Guam, Hawaii, etc., instate a Muslim ban, and brutalize young black men through the police. Is this truly the most inclusive flag you can have at our schools? It's as if this isn't really about protecting or educating kids. It's about preserving control of what you whether you think it or not. And man, you guys really fail at that, you know?
And if I call you a second up, feel free to be waiting in the wings.
Welcome, Greg.
Sorry, I thought you were going for a while. Starting off, natural gas, clean. Make that begin. Natural gas, clean burning natural gas. And the SCAQMD has a proposed regulation that will force all of us, government agencies like you, homeowners, businesses, to replace them with more expensive electric furnaces and water heaters when already there's not enough electricity, the grid is inadequate, and electricity prices in California are 92% higher than the national average. According to what that is, but that's beyond the scope of discussion tonight. What this board has a chance to do is to weigh in on this, and this is going under the radar. This is not an elected body that's going to do this and impose this massive cost. A home could cost $15,000 to $30,000 if you have to rewire and redo the electric system. A 25-unit apartment building can cost $500,000 to $1 million. And if you are a tenant and you have any doubt who's going to pay that cost, look in the mirror. So this board has a chance to take a stand on this. It's going to be massively expensive. It's going to do Zippo to fix the environment, because where do you get the electricity? Well, when the wind isn't blowing, sun isn't shining, you use the same type of sources for your electricity. So I urge you to adopt this resolution. Title IX, start with the law. Title IX protects women, not men who think or want to pretend they are women. And you will get sued by the administration or by a student or their parent. You're going to get sued if you are not in compliance with Title IX. But this is a large issue. You really don't care. Personal relations between consenting adults, we don't care. But this idea that you can be a different gender, that 2 + 2 is something different than 4, that you're an XX or an XY. Now there's about 0.18% are intersex, but otherwise everyone else is an XX or an XY. And the XXs are at a disadvantage in strength, in speed, in endurance to the XYs. That's why we have separate leagues, to give each a chance to compete. What's the point of competing if you can't win? No matter how hard you win, how hard you work, you can't beat the XY. You lose out on scholarships, you lose out on college admissions, and it's dangerous. Women have been permanently injured because of a superior male strength. See, you don't beat up women, yet you put women in the boxing ring with men. It's wrong. Books. No one is banning books. Total misnomer, total mischaracterization of the issue. It is the responsibility, however, of the schools and the board that ultimately governs our schools, that we elected to do that, to choose appropriate books for the children. Now, outside of schools, you can buy, print, publish any book you want to. But we're depending on you. Parents are depending on you. The citizens are depending on you to choose appropriate books. As a rule of thumb, I have a radio show once a week, and I can't read on my radio show stuff that is in your books. And there's a good rule of thumb. If you can't put it on the public airwaves, it shouldn't be in the public schools. Outside the schools, whatever you want. Inside the schools, that's where you have jurisdiction, and the parents are looking to you to protect this. And we've seen this agenda. We talked about it last time. I don't have time to fully develop it. But there's an agenda all across the country to sexualize children. And it is wrong. And that's what these books are doing. They expose them to all of these different things, really perverted sex acts. I'm not going to read them here. And you, as our elected representatives, as the parents' representatives, should choose appropriate books. You are banning nothing. The flag. The national anthem, it talks about "O'er the ramparts we watch, was so gallantly streamed by the dawn's early light." Why was that so important? Because as long as that flag flew, as long as the American flag flew over Fort McHenry, it meant that the fort had not surrendered. And by dawn's early light, the flag was still there. At great cost. All around the flagpole in Fort McHenry were the bodies of dead American soldiers who were standing out there trying to hold the flagpole up and were killed by the shrapnel from the bombs bursting in air. The flag is a special and unique symbol. Contrary to all sorts of other symbols, we pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Not to some symbol, not to some book, not to some politician, to the flag. That's why it's different. And that's why the other side wants it, because they know the importance of putting that flag there. It is not just to make some people feel good. It is to say, this ideology rules this classroom. That flag says that to every believing Christian, every believing Muslim, every believing Jew, that your religion, your God, your Bible, Torah, Quran as it may be, is wrong, and we, the government schools, are right. It's putting the government stamp on a particular view of things that is wrong. It should be only the American and California. Books, the censorship. I didn't see what happened. But if Candy, I know Candy Olsen well. Candy, you disagree with her. She is a woman of integrity. If she says it happened, it happened. You may disagree with her, and that's fine. But she's here, and I mean, despite all the stuff that's thrown at her and Jeanette, is seeking to carry out the promises she made during the campaign. And we need more of that in politics, where the politicians actually do what they promise they're going to do. It's also totally consistent violence from the left. Our church was, after the last school board meeting, was vandalized. That put a swastika on that. The symbol of the National Socialist Party of Germany. So I don't know what happened, but use of violence is consistent with what happens on the left. You see this, they're attacking Teslas across the country. 55% of self-described right, 11% of people think it's okay to murder Donald Trump. So, would she have threatened Candy? Totally in character with her ideology, and she deserves the censorship. I believe what Candy had to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
John Berry, followed by David Bauer.
I'm John Berry, item 14A. Okay, item 14A. Forcing everything onto electric is just plain nutty. Anyone who understands anything about emergencies knows you need redundant sources of power when the electricity goes apart. Item 22B, the flag. I'm a 42-year veteran of the U.S. Army and U.S. Army Reserve. That includes combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. The American flag means absolutely everything to veterans, okay? By allowing the pride flag in the classroom is an absolute insult to veterans, because what it does is allow those who haven't served to glom onto the sacrifices of those who have. Thank you.
Welcome, David.
Thank you, it's David Bullock, but I like the way you pronounce it. First, I want to start with in support of your item 14A, South Coast Air Quality Rules to go away from gasification to electrification. I do support that amendment. Although the South Coast Air Quality Management District and both CARB have done great deals of work to clean up our areas, this is going too far. So I stand in solidarity with you, because what will happen, as has been talked about already, is that you're talking about having, if you do this, you're going to have to replace what was a gas line, or not necessarily replace, but bring in a new conduit of electricity charge. You may have to do a new circuit breaker, a new electrical panel. This is going to cost a lot of money. It's going to really bring a huge cost of increase of living for everybody in the area if this goes into effect. So I support what you are trying to do here, and I stand in support with that. In regards to Day of the Teacher, 16A, I do support that, even though we are at levels nationally in the low 30s of comprehension for science, math, and math. Thank you. Regarding support, I'm in support of Amendment 6, or Agenda Item 16C, Title IX, Girls Sports. This is very basic. Men with an excess chromosome have stronger capacities, they're stronger, they have bigger muscle mass, they have an increased oxygen supply. It's not fair to girls to have to compete against them. So I do support this amendment, and I thank you for bringing it forth. Now, in regards to 22A and 22B, complaints concerning instructional materials and flag displays. I was talking earlier about the level of comprehension that we have across the nation is in the low 30s for math, science, and English. And also in California, we're doing a little better at 35%. So anything that disrupts the basics of what you're here to do is to educate our students in the basics of science, reading, and math. Anything that distracts that, I would suggest that you just get rid of. There's no need for it. It's not helping anybody. It's not helping anybody go forward. It's not helping these kids in their lives to prepare to be adults. If there's any issues that people want to bring about, you should have a debate club, debate classes, where students can get together and learn how to talk to each other, listen to the different effects, listen to the different issues that they have and their viewpoints, and be able to discuss them. I want to end with 22C, board member sets a motion against another board member. Ladies, please behave. Be good to each other. Your superintendent talked earlier about the fact that our kids are listening, and you want to be the example. And now, if you have a disagreement with each other, bring it to the dais, speak in respectful tones, and make your point clear, and leave it at that. You're gonna not ever always disagree. You're not always gonna agree with each other. You're gonna disagree with different people, and that's fine. But let's do it in a respectful manner. Let's be kind to each other. And I know we had another person here wearing a shirt that talked about cussing out school board members. She dropped some F-bombs. I just want to say I love and appreciate all of you for all the work you do. If you do or do not agree with me, it does not matter. You've done a lot of work to get to those seats that you're in right now. And I appreciate the efforts that you're putting forth and the fact that you're listening to everybody and taking into consideration the goals. So thank you all.
Next up, we have Patty Caveda, followed by Patricia Wilson.
Hello, my name is Patricia Cavada.
Welcome, Patricia.
I'm here to support your resolution for girls' sports. I think it's important that you are acknowledging that there are biological girls, because boys and girls are just not the same. And it is not hateful to tell the truth, which seems to be something that many people here are refusing to believe. And it's very disgusting as a minority woman to continue to listen to a lot of these people talk poorly about you because you're white women, those of you that are supporting girls' sports. That's racism, that's discrimination. The same discrimination that the girls are facing for not being allowed to play with other biological girls. It is the most un-American thing that you could possibly do to take away the rights of a biological girl. Why was it okay for us to fight for our rights, only to have them taken away because a man says that he is allowed to play with girls? It is disgusting. And I want to applaud you for taking the initiative to move forward with this. Because biological girls are being robbed of the experience of setting goals. They are being robbed of the experience of breaking them. They're also being robbed of college tuitions that might be paid to them. Too many experiences are being robbed to a biological girl simply because a biological boy feels like a girl, that he feels entitled to play with girls when that is absolutely wrong.
Yeah.
Amen. Yes. Hell yeah.
Hello, my name is Patricia Wilson, and I'm a parent of an RUSD student. I'm here to oppose the flag ban policy. I'm very concerned about the negative language that occurred at the last board meeting directed toward our LGBTQ students. I think it's very important that our school board make it clear that they won't tolerate any hate speech or bigotry toward the LGBTQ students in our community. Implying or outright saying that something is wrong with students in the LGBTQ community is dangerous. I know there's been a lot of discussion about allowing the display of the pride flag. I think that the comments that we heard at the last board meeting, and even this one, illustrates why it is important for teachers, staff, and students to be able to display a pride flag if they want. Students will know that those classrooms and those teachers are a safe place, a place where they won't experience bigotry. All of our students deserve to be in a place where they are accepted, seen, and valued. I think it's important to remember that this is a public school that is for everyone, not a private religious school. Also,
Also, please don't ban books. Those who ban books are never on the right side of history. Trust our librarians and teachers' professional judgment. There are already procedures in place if you don't want your child to check out a particular book. Please don't dictate what the other students can read. Thank you.
I know many of you came in late due to seating, so I just wanted to remind you or let you know that Superintendent Cabral asked that clapping and booing or whatever you need to do should not be done during a person's speech, to please save it for the end. Thank you. Next up, we have Joshua Hall.
Right. Mr. Hall.
Okay, I'm here to ask the Redlands Unified School Board. I'm here to ask the Redlands Unified School Board to I'm calling for the immediate permanent censure of Melissa Alcantaro and possibly termination, because at the last school board meeting on April 8th, Melissa Alcantaro made hand gestures that indicated that she was dangerously close to physically assaulting Candy Olson, to the point Juan Cabral had to intervene. Good on you, Juan Cabral. Melissa is dangerously unhinged and displays fascistic tendencies that are often projected on Candy Olson and Jeanette Wilson. Her behavior was reprobate, degenerate, reprehensible, and repugnant, and she doesn't deserve her post. I'm also here to speak on the flag policy. The United States flag, as previous speakers have indicated, is the most inclusive flag there is. It's not perfect, but it's the best one we have. And last I checked, schools are government buildings and institutions, and government buildings and institutions should not take sides in political and social affairs, so that leaves out the LGBTQ plus flag. I'm also here to speak about book banning. There's no such thing as banning books. Books that are left out of public school libraries are still available for checkout at city and county libraries. You can still go to Barnes & Noble and you can still buy books on Amazon. There are a ton of books written by conservative authors that Amazon bans, but people often say, well, Amazon's a private company, they can do whatever they want. Well, if Amazon can ban certain books, then what is the problem with a school board banning books that are age inappropriate for kids? Now I'm speaking about the gas furnace. California, while it's true that the Inland Empire and California have the highest rates of air pollution in the nation, getting rid of gas furnaces is not going to solve the pollution problem. It's only going to make it worse. Requiring all houses and businesses to convert natural gas, which is the cleanest burning, natural gas furnaces and water heaters, to electric heaters and water furnaces, well, that's just going to destabilize the electric grid even further. California has the most unstable electric grid in the nation, and if we convert all gas furnaces, natural gas furnaces and water heaters to electric, we're gonna lose power permanently, perhaps. And finally, I'm here to speak on Title IX girls' sports. It is imperative that we keep Title IX because girls routinely get injured, sometimes seriously when competing against men, but that's also not the biggest issue. The biggest issue is that by letting boys and men who think of themselves as girls and women compete against girls and women, a lot of men who identify as the opposite gender do so because it gives them easy access to little girls and women. We are giving the wolves access to the sheep.
Next up, we have Jesus Cisneros.
All right, Jesus.
Welcome, Jesus.
Hi, thank you for having me here today, Ken.
Jeanette, you too. Michelle, please do the right thing. So I'm here to speak on two things that are basic. You know, growing up as a child, I grew up watching soccer with my dad. When our team, the United States women's team, became the #1 team in the whole world, it was amazing. It was awesome to see our country become #1 in the world for the women's national soccer team. But when they played against a high school boys team that was mediocre, and they got beat 5-2, when these women, they beat every single country in the world, that was shameful. And it taught me one thing: no matter what, men will be stronger than women. So now, how can we stand here today and have girls get robbed? Because for a lot of girls that grow up, people here are speaking about minorities. So let's speak about minorities. One of the only ways to go to college for some women, especially minority women, is for one thing and one thing only: to join a sport, to succeed in that sport, and to go to a college that's gonna pay for their college because of what? Because they succeed in sport. Then here comes a boy. He identifies as a girl, and he takes that girl's dream away. That is happening every single day. So for the people that say we want to protect minorities, then do protect minorities. Do that, please. But don't sit here and stand and say that you stand for truth and justice when you believe men can get pregnant. No flag policy. So this beautiful flag here, it stands for everybody. I served in the military. I was in Afghanistan. And when I came home, this flag represented myself, the gentleman back here that served too, and it serves every single person here. I don't send my children to school to learn LGBTQ or their agenda. I send them to school to learn the basic math and English and history and science. And we stepped away from that. Why? Why are we teaching them politics now? Why are we teaching them about the gay agenda? It's basic. You're a school board. We teach them math, English, science, and history. That is it. We shouldn't even be having this right now. I shouldn't have the gentleman cussing at me right now.
I'm sorry, I apologize. That was my fault.
We shouldn't have that. We really should not have that. We should just go back to basics. Teach them education. Don't teach them about this gay grooming or gay agenda. If parents want to do that at home, that's great. If your family wants to do that at home, that's great. But it's not the school board's job, it's not. Again, they want to speak about minorities. We're not graduating high school anymore. Only half our kids are graduating high school. That is sad, that's a shame. We're lagging behind the rest of the world. We're arguing about a rainbow flag when we should be arguing about test scores. Again, thank you for all you do here. Michelle, please, ma'am, do the right thing. I know where your heart stands. Don't fall for this pressure. We stand behind you, please. Elections do have consequences, so I hope, ma'am, you do the right thing. Thank you, and God bless you guys. Thank you for being here.
Next up, we have Brianna Robinson, followed by Susan McCarthy.
So I come to speak and I come to speak in support of Jeanette and Candy and their decision to remove the pride flag in classrooms. I think the purpose of taking down the flag is to remain impartial. I think we can all agree that we represent collectively is the American flag, which itself represents equality and freedom of speech and expression. And so I think that what we're getting at here is that nothing is to be taken away from you. If you believe in your flag, you can represent your flag. You can wear your flag on a t-shirt, a backpack, post on social media. You can have a pride LGBTQ plus at school, just like there was in high school, like when I was in 20 years ago. And I'm a Christian, and we have a Christian flag. We can wear what we believe in a t-shirt. We can say Jesus loves you. We can read our Bible and pray in public. And we have our own Christian club. We can do all these things, and it does not take take that away or excludes anybody else. So I think something to consider, even if you don't agree, is the importance of maintaining impartiality, neutrality, and representing the country. Keeping the American flag represents our belief in being indivisible and liberating and justice for all. So if you want to represent what you believe, then you can do that. And I think that's what this is all about. It's not taking away from anybody, but it's making sure that the flag that is posted in the classroom is what represents us all, not a flag that just pertains to one group and excludes others.
That's cool.
to clarify some things. So I brought some definitions for the issue of censorship. Assault is generally defined as an intentional act that puts another person in reasonable apprehension of imminent, harmful, or offensive contact. It is an intentional act. A person committing the assault must intend to cause the victim to fear imminent harm, not just intend to cause physical contact. Threatening body language. Aggressive posturing, like raising a fist, can be a form of nonverbal threat that creates the fear of imminent harm, even if no physical contact is made. Disorderly conduct. The crime of disorderly conduct is also known as disturbing the peace. It's governed by California Penal Code Section 647. Disorderly conduct is a crime that involves public activity or behavior that's offensive or disruptive and interrupts other people's ability to enjoy a public space. Fighting in public or challenging someone to a fight in public is a crime in California. Making unreasonably loud noise to intentionally disturb others and using offensive words in a public space, particularly when those words. Thank you, Susan.
Next up, we have Christy Dodson, followed by Rachel Euclid.
Welcome, Christy.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for the long evening we have here and hearing all of the voices. My name is Christy, as you heard. I live in Redlands. I have 2 school-age children. I'm also a public high school English teacher and have been for 25 years, although I don't teach in the district. I've seen a lot of things change in my time in 25 years, but the last 10 have been really surprising. There's a lot of ebbs and flows, as there always are in education, but as a junior English teacher, one of our core projects was a controversial issue project. So kids were put into groups of 4, they had to choose an issue, and they had to learn about it, have dialogue, discussion, and have a formal debate. Now, I always have opinions, we all do, but we were actually not allowed to share our own opinions. You know, we were not allowed to show any kind of bias, and I never did, because it was about really teaching the kids that they needed to learn and they needed to critically think. I feel like where we are today, the fact that we've allowed politics and definitely not neutrality to come into the classroom is what gives us this division we feel today. It's like my heart is beating walking into the room thinking that there's people that have assumptions about us because we might not want certain things in the classroom. But as, again, a teacher of 25 years, I didn't even put like music band posters or anything in my room because we weren't allowed to influence students. So I feel like if we got back to the basics and we just kept the neutrality, you could walk into any classroom and not make assumptions about a teacher one way or the other, because it does fly that way too, that a student might have assumptions.
Welcome, Rachel.
Hello, I'd like to speak about Title IX. Title IX first was coordinated with civil rights by President Nixon in 1972. And the wording in that is very similar to what has happened with the presidential actions of January 20th, 2025. And it is here. It does not address anything other than children or girls and boys. That's the only way they're listed and identified. If the wording is changed, it's not legal, nor does it come from the federal government. So we have to respect the federal government because that's what our country is all about. Now, when people say that other kids get bullied, I think sometimes they hear constantly the same verbiage from everyone around them. Next, I want to go ahead and I want to address that Our country was created by our founding fathers. It is not a living constitution. It's one nation under God. They decided on our flag because it represented the battle, the blood, the sweat, that when the people left Britain and other countries, that's what it represented. And this is something that is, people say it doesn't belong to any, to all. It does. If you live in the United States, it belongs to everyone. If you wish to honor another country, you have alternatives. You can do it in the privacy of your home, or you can visit that other country. We are bound by our Constitution, and we should follow it even at the school board level. Thank you.
Next up, we have Douglas Hauser, followed by Catherine Appleby.
Welcome, Douglas.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Douglas Hauser. I want to talk about the Title IX issue. I am the biologist that everybody else here is pretending to be. I spent a career doing biomedical research at City of Hope National Medical Center, at Women's Hospital in Los Angeles, and the bulk of my career at USC School of Medicine. So I know whereof I speak. I've never heard the term until tonight, gender essentialism or something crazy like that, but I can assure you that somebody who said earlier that 1 to 2% of people have some kind of sex chromosomal abnormality is incorrect. It's somewhere between 0.15% and 0.25%, around 1 in every 500 or so. So it's an extremely rare condition. For the rest, XX equals a woman, XY equals a man, and it's as simple as that. I would also note that on a straightforward political scale, we noticed that the argument that was made as recently as just a few months ago that men don't have any advantage over women in sports anyway, that has vanished in the obvious observation that over 1,000 places on the podium have been taken by biological boys that should have gone to women. And so now they've fallen back on the feelings of the people involved are being hurt, and there's so few of them that what difference does it make anyway? But even Gavin Newsom just recently admitted that it's not fair for biological boys to compete against women, and so they shouldn't.
Jeanette, can you confirm how many cards I have?
Welcome, Kathy.
4.
Thank you. I would like to start with 16A and B. That is the resolutions 40 and 41 for the Day of the Teacher and Educational Support Professionals Day. I would like to start by saying that I deeply respect and value the work that our teachers and our educational support staff do in this district. But I am going to urge this board not to pass these resolutions. Since January, you have disrespected the professionalism of our teachers and our support staff, and they do not need your empty words in these resolutions. So until this board can change and respect our teachers and support staff, these resolutions are empty and meaningless, and I would encourage you not to pass them. Next one. This is for resolution number 42. This is 14A. This is the opposing adoption of the SCAQMD proposed amended rules. I would like to point out that you have an existing board policy. It is policy 200, the goals for the school district. I don't know if you have the board policies available to you right now, but you might want to turn to this. Specifically, number 7 says that your goals are to maintain fiscal integrity for this district. I believe that this resolution is at that heart. However, at no time have you asked our assistant superintendents, our superintendent for the hard numbers. You owe us fiscal transparency, and you do not give it when you pass resolutions that are worded in such vague ways as these mandates would impose a significant financial burden on the Redlands Unified School District. What is significant? What are those numbers? You as a school board have to maintain our fiscal integrity. You have to be transparent with those fiscal numbers, and you have not been. Until you are, this resolution should not be passed. The next one. This is 16C, resolution number 43, supporting Title IX and fairness in girls' interscholastic sports. Again, it is another vaguely worded resolution. I have questions here. We talk about biological differences between male and female athletes. I'd actually like to know how our trans or non-binary or gender fluid students will be identified. This school district has a problem with adults sexually assaulting and abusing our children. And if you're going to ask my child to pull down their underwear for their gender to be identified, I have a problem with all of you. You also say that the district will uphold its protections by ensuring fairness and equal opportunities in girls' sports. Bella, 2 weeks ago, asked what those numbers were. So does this include funding commitments by the district? Your priorities say that you will provide opportunities for every student to participate fully. Does this allow that? Policy 410 also states in the first 2 paragraphs, and I would suggest you read it, that you cannot discriminate based on gender or gender identity. And finally, this is number 25A. This is the transportation for the California State Speech and Debate Championships. Bella Salazar spoke 2 weeks ago about this. I don't know if you've noticed what's in italics here. It says to be funded by donations. That is crap. That is absolute crap from this district. Funded by donations? This is an award-winning speech and debate team, and they're funded by donations. You can't even find the funding for them? What is wrong with you? Let's support our kids. This is support. I would like to point out that in 2016, there was this lovely little sentence, and it is actually on the board page of your website, so you might want to open up this document. It's your CVRA and Move To by trustee area, but one key sentence in here. The Redlands Unified School District's Board of Education preference is and has always been to avoid expenditures that do not directly benefit the children, families, and communities we serve. Spending money on our speech and debate team is benefiting our children.
Thank you, Kathy.
Followed by Matt Appleby.
Hi, I feel a little out of place. I think I'm really in the middle of everyone here tonight. So I guess I just wanted to talk about the flag issue. I just wanted to offer to the board that I feel okay having flags up in the classroom that I'm a little bit uncomfortable with. That might be a pride flag. It could be an LA Chargers flag, but I'm willing to accept it. One thing that as you put together the policy, I would just encourage you to remember that please don't discourage teachers from putting things up in the classroom, because our Redlands classrooms are mostly white cinder block, and so a lot of what makes going into the classroom fun and enjoyable is being able to see color as something to look at and encourage you to start learning Also, I just want to say that I am a Redlands High School graduate and I have 3 students in Redlands right now. And then I guess I would like to speak on the Title IX. I'm very nervous, you guys have a lot of strong feelings. I guess, I just wanted to switch to Title IX. I noticed it was only men up here, and that was, oh, sorry.
I didn't have a card for you to speak on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I cannot speak that. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Matt Appleby. I wanted to speak about Title IX. So I think we all want our student athletes to be safe. Like, we can all agree on that. The issue is that this policy really is just seeking to protect some students by also harming trans students. According to the National Federation of State High School Association, there are roughly 8 million high school students in sports, which is great. Studies show that there are 300,100 trans students from the ages of 13 to 17 across the nation. About 40% say they play sports. That equates to 122,140 trans athletes. So if we do a little bit of math, what we see is that comes out to about 0.15% of students in the nation being trans, right, who are athletes. The issue with that, of course, is that that's not even 1% of our students. Not only that, but it doesn't take into account the fact that Redlands is probably going to have much less than that, and we're not even looking at all trans students, but also just in general, female students. The other thing I wanted to bring up is in terms of the abilities of trans girls, the National Library of Medicine and Journal of Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism say that both after HRT, hormone replacement therapy, after 12 months, the strength of trans women goes down by 5%. After 24 months, 2 years, there's virtually no advantage in comparison to cisgender women. So.
Followed by Michael Grossman. Okay, Michael Grossman. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you. Michael Grossman, I live in Area 2. I want to actually just start out by thanking both the presenters from earlier in the meeting. It was really inspiring to hear both of those presentations. Gave me a lot of confidence in the district, and of course, those students were really spectacular with all the work that they've done, so a big shout out to them. I'm here tonight mostly though to speak about draft policy 6115, ceremonies and observances and flag displays. It's obvious to any informed observer that this new policy is being introduced for the sole purpose of banning the pride flag in classrooms. Multiple speakers tonight have confirmed that fact. The policy states that its intent is to maintain a patriotic, safe, appropriate, and welcoming environment. The board should explain to the community why we need a written policy for this. Do our schools somehow fall short of this goal today? If so, how? Give us an example, please. You owe us that much. If you can't give us an example, well, maybe it's because this is really being introduced for just one purpose: ostracizing our LGBTQ students, teachers, volunteers, and community. Please vote no on this discriminatory policy proposal. Thank you.
Hello, board. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Me and my mom, excuse me, me and my mom refuged from Soviet Union in 1987, so I cannot be a fascist. This flag right here gave me the safety and security to take refuge under. And this flag right here is under attack right now in our streets by being burned. This flag is under attack in our universities by being burned and replaced with foreign flags. Doesn't matter what kind of flag it is being replaced with. There should be only one flag in this country that everybody should respect. They might say it's on my First Amendment to burn a flag. Well, that goes both ways. If I burn any other flag, you guys will attack me for hate speech, hate act. But you burning the very same flag that gives you the right to exist, that gives you the freedom to come up here and say whatever you want, you don't want that flag. A lot of men have died for protecting this flag. And you guys are disgracing it by saying, oh, that flag is a hate flag. No, you live in United States, you gotta respect the flag, and thank you, Port, for allowing this to happen in our schools, because everybody should know and learn that in order to live in this country, you gotta have respect for the flag. I want to speak about Title IX. I'm a father of 4 beautiful daughters, and this resolution affects me through state level, okay? All these boys, trans women are men, bottom line. I could sit here and say, you're not going to believe me. If I say I'm a woman, then something's wrong with my head. Instead of intervening with these kids and pushing them to believe that a boy could have actually become a girl and give birth is a lie. Instead of doing that, we should actually help them, find help and see what's wrong really with them, okay? And I just don't understand how you're going to compare boys and girls together. It's not comparable, okay? Boys play rougher, they play harder. Girls are very soft and delicate, okay? And I'm just being real. If you cannot make a movie from a book because it's called child pornography, maybe you shouldn't read it to our children, okay? We're not after banning no books. We're after banning pornography from our schools. I started being an activist when they tried to introduce to read a sexually pornography book to my 4-year-old daughters. Okay, and I said, no, it's not going to happen. I encourage this board to take a stand. Board president, please do the right thing. God is watching. Candy, Jeanette, thank you very much. God bless you guys. Jesus Christ, love you.
Michael Cooper, followed by Sam Trapp.
It has become evident, based off the attempts of the fellow educators here, that you all need education. The fact that you can't get past basic biology and learn past that, past the high school level, so you actually understand the minutia of science before you start pushing your beliefs on others. Miss Olson, I'm over here. She can move away. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, eyes on me, as we say, right? Research shows that transgender students experience higher rates of depression and anxiety, but those rates drop significantly when they are affirmed in their identity and allowed to participate in activities as their true selves. This isn't about giving one group an advantage over another. It's about making sure every student has the opportunity to participate, grow, and thrive. With a thoughtful policy, clear guidelines, and empathy, we can protect fairness and support mental health at the same time. Your own mission statement says that it is necessary to confront the changes of our changing world. And you guys shy away from it in your bigoted church. To everybody that says under God because of this flag, you urge you to get an education. Under God was not added until 1954.
I just filled out, so there actually should be blue, and then these are the orange.
Okay, so I'm just doing my blue cards now?
Yes.
Okay.
His phone's still up there.
Oh.
You might want it. Oh. I didn't even see it. Okay. Right? Okay, cool.
The California School Success and Opportunity Act, also known as Assembly Bill 1266, was signed into law in 2013 and went into effect in 2014. It clarified the rights of transgender students in California schools, ensuring that they can participate in activities and use facilities consistent with their gender identity. In other words, the law on the books in the state of California makes it very clear that transgender girls who are girls can play girl sports. So I don't know why you're wasting our time tonight even discussing this policy, but it's illegal in the state of California. It's embarrassing. Why are you talking about this? It's, again, just so you know, write it down maybe. California School Success and Opportunity Act, AB 1266. It's been law since 2014. So I don't know why we're here talking about this policy. It is discriminatory, hateful, and it's going to cost our school district millions of dollars in legal fees when our schools are already underfunded. This is so embarrassing that you're talking about a policy that is illegal in the state of California. All right, for my next, I'm talking about, I have another card. So book banning and banning flags. I am so grateful for our librarians. They work so hard, they know what we're doing, and again, it's so embarrassing that you're talking about book bannings and banning flags. These policies infringe on free speech, and they are going to cost our school district millions of dollars. Why are you trying to ban flags and ban books when you can't even ban hate speech in this boardroom? People are coming up here spewing hate, and that is against code policy. According to Redlands Unified School Board policy, spew hate speech, it says, failing or refusing to intervene when an act of discrimination, harassment, dehumanizing people is harassment, intimidation or bullying, also when you dehumanize people, that's what it is. It's against a student is observed. It is your responsibility to stop people when they come up here and spew hatred. People are listening to this, all here, they're watching it, and they're just hearing hatred at one person after another. Meanwhile, you're considering banning books because they make kids think critically and they're written by LGBTQ plus people and Black and Latino people. Like, it doesn't make any sense, and it's just gonna cost our school district millions of dollars. Please stop moving forward on this. Stop wasting our time. Finally, I want to talk about the censure. How can you be discussing censuring Melissa Aiello Quintero of all people? All she has done is stand up for people. Excuse me?
So I don't have a card on that one.
I had 3 blue cards, and one of them was for censuring.
You have 2, no, I have trans girls in sports, book banning, flag banning, and then this orange one says the illegal policies they are considering.
Am I doing my orange card now? Because I thought that you said we weren't doing my orange card right now.
This just got brought to me to insert because it has your name, but the topic says the illegal policies they are considering. Is that an agenda item?
No, that's why it's on the orange card. Should I talk about my blue card or the orange card? Okay. I had 3 blue cards.
Is there 3 blue cards?
Yes, 3.
How many times
Trans
is
girls in sports, book banning, flag banning.
how many times is spoken?
Those are the 3 blue.
Okay.
Twice. She gets 1 more. I think she spoke. But she's not, you can speak to those 3 items. I think you've spoken to 2 items.
Wanted to move on to another.
Yes. I'm just correct. Talk about the 3rd item.
I mean, I've been here since 3:45. Can I just finish my speech about censuring?
Yes.
It's ironic that it's about censuring and you don't want to let me speak.
I'm sorry, Sam, we already told somebody else they couldn't speak when their card wasn't here.
Okay, then I'm going to talk about because that was one of them, right? Keep talking about that, why not? Alrighty, so you want to ban all flags. I've already spoken about this before. This has been done in other school districts, and it's going to cost the district millions of dollars because it infringes on free speech. Why are you trying to ban flags when the person who allegedly authored it, even though we know it's copied and pasted, Candy Olson, has literally done, fine, I'll talk about censoring in the orange one. I really want to talk about censoring. Yes. Thank you for censoring.
Welcome, Anita.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you once again. I'd like to speak to 4 items. Your first agendized item I'd like to speak to is the flag. Girls' sports. Okay, let's not mince words. We all know the difference between male and female, boys and girls. My recommendation for the resolution is that we make it extremely clear. For every reference to boys, females, girls, males, and boys, can we put the word biological so that it's clear? And if that's unacceptable, can we add another whereas? Whereas it is intended and understood that all references to females, males and boys, females, girls, males and boys, is intended to be a biological reference so that we can clarify once and for all that that's what we're talking about. Because to my mind, they will come back and talk and present themselves as girls again. That's my comment with respect to the flag. And also, with respect to the flag, girl sports. So I'll move on to the flag. The flag, let's not mince words. It is to advocate, promote, and allegiance to a certain chosen lifestyle, sexual lifestyle, and that's fine. My recommendation would be, put your sex life back in your private business, in your life. Get it off the public square. You don't need our permission. You don't need our approval. That's why everybody's talking about it. Nobody's interested. Nobody cares. Why aren't you telling the kids that? They should keep their sex lives private. With respect to judging the children to determine their gender, there's a very simple test to do that. Nobody's going to be pulling your children's clothes down. That's silly arguments. And with respect to hate speech and all of that, can we please get some definitions of these terms? Hate speech. Hate speech to me, from what I'm hearing, what's hateful?
Okay, we don't have a card for that topic.
Well, talking about the girls in sports, I'm hearing hate speech when you refer to the boys being in girls' sports. That's hateful to say. So I'm saying, let's get some real definitions of the term hate. Because to tell the truth is not hateful. To share facts is not hateful. It's truthful and it's honest. And we have to be emotionally strong enough to hear an opinion different than what we agree with. I'd like to move on to my next item. Okay, the flag sports. Book bans. This is another instance where we need to understand and be better educated about terminology. It's been made abundantly clear that we're not banning books. We're objecting to sexually explicit books and that age are appropriate. We're smart enough to know the difference between banning. I'm beginning to think that people are deliberately using terminology to confuse everyone, but we're smart enough to know the difference. Either this is willful ignorance on their part, or they need to get more classes of vocabulary and definitions. Censoring. Oh my gosh. Ms. Melissa, your disappointment, bullying your colleague, emotional immaturity, disrespectfulness, violent tendencies, jealousies perhaps, or you don't like your teammate having a different opinion. You're pretty faced with a very nasty disposition. You're a very horrible representation for the people that you support. Be a better role model. I don't see any remorsefulness or repentance. So I see a lot of emotional immaturity and belligerence. That's shameful.
I wish you had the strength of character to do what's right, to prove us all wrong, or at least we can have a better opinion of you going forward. All of that to say, there's corrupt character. That's corrupt character, miss. You guys are suspending a student for willful use of force. You would be in that same category if that gentleman had not stepped in front of you. You spoke of this meeting last month being an embarrassment. Your behavior was the cherry on top of that embarrassment. You did that to this meeting. Define hate speech. I beg of you guys, please give us a definition. Is that my 4 items? Okay, that's it. I did 4? Yes. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Kevin O'Connor.
Good evening. You all have a very hard job. Tonight I want to connect into the 3 issues of girls, sports, books, and the flag. And I want to take a little bit of a history from the world and from the United States in this. As we look at girls, sports, and boys playing in them, as we go through this process, it reminds me of how important the history of all that took place. The historical aspect of, in all sports, if men would juice themselves, if they're taking something to enhance who they are as a man, they would be banned, they're fined, but yet we want to put someone that already has the testosterone in their system playing in girls' sports. This is part of the history of our world here in America for sports, that we just don't allow that kind of advantage, even in male sports, to do something to enhance. And so it seems like historically we should do something along that line that shows common sense in that realm. I'm actually going to move to my second thing of in the books. Historically, books are so important. Do you realize how historical the last board meeting was on April 8th, 2025? See, it was April 8th, 1945, that Dietrich Bonhoeffer was hung for not staying silent in his churches like the rest of the churches. And so when we come to books, the media has said about us is that we're wanting to ban books. No, we want to historically say that pornography has no place in education of children. And if children have to get to a certain age where they got to get married, they can't get married without their parental consent, should we allow things in the library to be there without parental consent for them to learn things at night and throw the switch of their sexuality way before while they're still minors? This is, again, historically, it should be a role of a parent. And so pornography, you have to be a certain age to go purchase it or get it online or you're in trouble in all those different things. Why do we not want to historically protect our children's innocence in that? And then in the last aspect here of really the flag situation. Whew. Let me give you 3 things that I've learned over, by the way, this is 114 years in this community, our church, in all 5 school districts in this. And the flag should be something that represents all people. When, just like in Germany in the 1930s, when they introduced the new flag, they had it for more than 10 years. I've heard the statistics out there. But the reality was they were a nation that was going to go under because they were going to try to destroy the world. I believe that if we look at history, here's what you see: a confusion of heart, a madness in thinking, and a blindness to the history that many nations follow and go to defeat. You stand at a historical point. Bring us back to sanity. Bring us back, get rid of the confusion of heart, Get rid of the madness that we see in people's thinking and the blindness that we have to the historical value of what we've had here in America. I hope you guys will vote to keep it the way it always was before we got crazy.
Okay, next up we have Charlene Knappenberg, followed by B.
Is Charlene here? Okay.
We'll take it. Come on up, B.
Welcome.
So, my name is B. I'm a member of Together for Redlands, a grassroots organization who is bringing members of the community together to vote for a better Redlands. And I'm also a parent of a student in the district. School board member Rentler recently made the assertion that she had reviewed the letters the public had written regarding board member Olson's flag ban policy proposal and estimated that roughly half of them were opposed and the other half were in favor. Our organization conducted a thorough review of the letters submitted and prepared a detailed report challenging this assertion. We wish to submit this report to the board. According to our analysis, nearly 60% of the letters and postcards the public submitted are opposed to the policy. Of those who identified as parents, students, or teachers, 100% of them were opposed. Many of those wrote 2 to 3 page handwritten impassioned pleas to the board to oppose the policy. The only sizable population who wrote letters and postcards in support of her proposal are residents of other school districts. Many of them simply signed pre-printed postcards, and these individuals represent 16% of the letters that were submitted and artificially inflate the amount of actual people who support this policy. Given that you represent the residents of this district and the people of this district have made it known they are overwhelmingly opposed to this policy, we ask that you remove it from any further discussion. Thank you. One of my favorite moments in sports.
Excuse me, did you have more than one blue
Yes.
card? Yep. Oh, here it is. Okay, got it.
One of my favorite moments in sports happened during the 2008 Olympics. And during the height of the Russian invasion of Georgia, Natalia Baturina of Russia and Nino Salkozubazov, I guess I pronounced that, of Georgia embraced. Moments like that are what the Olympics were originally about. The Romans brought athletes from all across their vast empire not to celebrate its dominance over them, but its diversity. And that's what sports is about. And yes, we compete, and yes, there are winners, but at best, it's about connection, it's about camaraderie, it's about celebrating diversity. Title IX prohibits sex discrimination in sports. That means you cannot discriminate against people like me and exclude us from participating. So far, the circuit courts support my interpretation of the law. We're all God's children. We all have humanity. Trying to say that people like me don't have a right to participate in sports or that we're crazy, as one other person put it, is an attack on us. It's saying that we don't deserve to connect with others is saying our accomplishments and our abilities should not be celebrated. You say it's unfair to women athletes. I would argue that it's far more unfair, hurtful, intimidating, and frightening to be excluded from sports entirely. Thank you.
Okay, next up, Finn. Okay. And then we have Isabella. Sorry. Strauss. Yeah.
Welcome, Isabella.
Hello, I'm currently a sophomore at Redlands High School, and I'm here at almost 10 o'clock at night on a school night because I'm very frustrated and honestly kind of surprised by the push to ban books and flags from our school. Because banning pride flags doesn't make anyone safer. It sends a loud, harmful message that being LGBTQ+ is something to be ashamed of, and that's not okay. For many students, especially those who are questioning, struggling, or just trying to feel accepted, seeing that flag in a classroom can be the one thing that makes school feel like a safe space. Taking that away doesn't protect anyone. It isolates, it excludes, and it hurts. And let's not ignore the facts. These bans don't just cause emotional damage, they cost money, real money, money that could go into things that actually help students. We have seen in districts like Chino that banning flags has cost them so much money. And I think I can speak for a lot of people when I say Chino's problems can stay in Chino. In fact, I think it's important to address the concerns of the people in Redlands and not Chino. Because is it really worth it to monitor decorations, to pull inclusive books off of shelves, and enforce policies that don't make schools better, just more hostile? We say schools are supposed to be a place for learning and growth, but how can we learn when entire identities are being erased? How can students grow when the only message they hear is who they are is controversial? The job of school board isn't to cater to fear or bias, it's to protect students, all students. Thank you.
What was that? Corinne Payton.
Hi, really quickly, I want to thank board member Melissa Ayala Quintero on behalf of all students. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for fighting us. Thank you for protecting us from hate speech. On behalf of all students, I want to thank you for your efforts as well as Patty Holohan. Moving on. Hello board members Candy Olson and Jeanette Wilson and Michelle Renler. Before you decide to ban books that teach us how to think, that encourage us to question the world around us and to understand nuanced topics, please actually read the books in our libraries. Because if you did, you would know that we only have age-appropriate material. There has not ever actually been any books removed from our libraries. Why? Because there's actually no problem with what's going on, despite what the people from Chino or Glendale or Yucaipa might tell you. When we ban books, we don't just remove stories from shelves, we erase voices, ideas, and histories that challenge us, inspire us, and help us grow. Books are meant to provoke thought, not fear. And censorship has never been a sign of strength. It's a sign of fear of change, of difference, and of truth. Your ignorance and fear are not justification to harm students or to rewrite history. Banning books sets a dangerous precedent that says that your discomfort makes it okay to silence those who are different from you. Your cowardice doesn't protect students. It deprives us of our freedom. Because the freedom to read is the freedom to think, grow, and to understand the world around us. On the issue of transgender athletes in sports, because a vast majority of the people this evening who support discriminating against transgender athletes don't actually live in Redlands or know what's going on in our schools, I want to clarify a few things. One, there have been 0 reported issues with transgender athletes at any of our schools. There have been 0 injuries caused by transgender athletes in RUSD. The most significant issue that actually threatens girls' sports in our district is a lack of funding. Every single year, school athletics rely mostly on parent fundraising because their budgets have been significantly cut. Not to mention the fact this proposal this evening is illegal. It will incite lawsuits. It will cost this district hundreds of thousands of dollars that could be going to girls' sports. On the point of the supposed unfairness, are you planning on also banning girls who have private trainers who help them get better, or girls who are above the height of 5'3" because that's higher than the average height of a cisgender woman? Because that would also offer them unfair advantages. I feel uncomfortable with the idea of having an adult inspecting anybody's genitals. Considering the amount of sexual abuse that has occurred in our school district, the issue has never been with transgender athletes in our schools. It has always been about adults disrespecting students' rights to privacy, and it violates students' privacy. To the people this evening wearing Save Girls Sports t-shirts, you want to save girls sports? Give them money. Donate to an RHS, a REV, a CVHS boosters program because they need the money. It is not common sense to bully children. Do better.
JB followed by Daniel. JB.
Good evening, board. Thank you for being here. As the left doubles down on their insanity by continuing to support pornographic literature for children, they should remember it would be better for them to have a millstone tied around their neck and be cast into the ocean than to push children to sin. Whether it's supporting bringing back deported gang members or pushing men in women's sports, I'm confused. I'd like to ask a question. Are we still promoting electric vehicles this week to save the environment, or are we keying and burning them down? When you promote something one week and then burn it down the next, or can't define a woman, etc., then your lunacy is on full display. Fun fact, in girls' high school high jump, the #1 high jumpers in California, Oregon, and Connecticut are males. I hope these girls are safe in the locker rooms with these boys and their men in the restrooms. These girls who have dedicated their whole lives to perfect the sport in hopes of scholarship or Olympic aspiration are getting their lifelong dreams crushed. If I punch a girl in the face, do I even get in trouble anymore? Or do I get a gold medal from the Olympics? These extreme, radical, and perverted ideologies are why you are losing elections nationwide. The masses are tired of the insanity and want to get back to common sense policy. Thank you for your dedication to the children in this district. Now please step up and protect them from this lunacy.
Welcome, Daniel.
How are you? Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in front of you. A couple of decades ago, when I used to play semi-professional soccer, I remember that there used to be 2 leagues. It was either boys or girls, right? So I don't remember having transgender people playing either sport. So I think it's just a common sense that neither belong to the other team. Yeah, sure, we had these co-ed games and all, but we were taught that we as men had to be, not to play as rough with the ladies. Why? Because we understood that we were stronger, our masses were, our bodies are bigger. So we understood that. Why can't we just come back to common sense? Now, if telling the truth and stating the facts is hate speech, I just don't see how that is true. I just don't see it. Now, another thing that I wanted to point out is that if you haven't realized, there are more Latino people showing up to these meetings. Why? Because now we understand that these policies and this evil, they do not go with the morals. I'm one of them. That community do not represent me because they keep on playing the race card. The Latino people, these, the Mexican American people, these and that, they do not. And I'm glad and happy that they are showing up. Ms. Brenda, God bless you. Keep doing your good work. Thank you.
Thank
Those are all our blue cards. We have these orange cards that also want to speak to, but they want to speak to some of the policies, or they want to speak to the censor. But in an orange card, you can still speak. You're just going to speak at the next section after we go through the agenda. So everybody who has an orange card that hasn't spoken will still get a chance to speak. The blue cards are intended for you to have a chance to speak before the board takes action on any item. Okay, and that I feel confident that we've accomplished that. These cards will be called. There's more than 40 that will be called after the board reviews the agenda and takes action.
We're now going to continue on to the superintendent's recommendations. First, we have consent items under business services. Mr. Hill, do you have any changes or additions?
No changes or additions tonight. Thank you, President.
Is there a motion to approve items 13A, consent items B through O?
So moved.
A second? Any discussion?
Yes, I just want to thank our Ralph over here, sitting here, Mr. Jason and our CBO for enduring in this meeting. I'm so happy that we can do the JPA, that we can continue our partnership that we've had with Carl over the years, over so many years. Thank you so much.
I had a question. On F, with the strategic solutions for school safety, I would have called sooner, but I just happened to notice it this afternoon. It doesn't, the appendix item doesn't list the scope of work. And we're asking for an increase of, this is 35, was it 35,000? Not to exceed 85. I couldn't look at what the scope of work would even be. What would that be spent on?
So this particular contract is to provide safety services. So it's consultant work. It's also training our safety officers or campus officers. They pay per hour, and so we only utilize what we need from this.
We'll go outside for a little bit and talk about other stuff. But Josh, nice to meet you. Oh, no problem. I'm gonna hang out here and see. They're gonna vote on it here shortly.
We're adding an additional $35,000 just to cover anything that we need. We most likely won't use that. This is a not to exceed. We just wanted to make sure we didn't have to bring it back to the board if we needed to extend it.
Well, one thought I had, I without knowing specifically what they do, one thought I had was, could they in any way assist with the bullying issue that we've been talking about so much?
Hey, take care.
They could, it does. This particular contract helps oversee our campus safety officers and our security officers. And so anything that, and also interfaces with the Redlands Police Department and the county sheriff. And so anything that extends to that level of need, this person steps in.
He was actually here today. He may still be here. Rod Torres, are you still here?
Yeah, he's back there.
In the back. Yeah, he's still here. Or he went home.
He was the one who helped coordinate all the safety today.
Okay, that was my question.
Other questions? Okay, we'll call for the vote.
Board Member Ayala Quintero?
Aye.
Board Member Olson?
Aye.
President Rendler?
Aye.
Vice President Holohan?
Aye.
Clerk Wilson?
Let's go back in there and see their reaction to the votes when it comes up on those 4 agenda items. See if we have some folks slip out or if the board member doesn't have a spot.
Resolution number 42, 2024-125, resolution approving the adoption of proposed amended rules of 1111 and 1121. We have a motion.
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
Any discussion on this? Okay, we'll call for the vote.
Board Member Ayala Quintero?
No.
Board Member Olson?
Yes.
President Redler?
I need to abstain, as I have a family member in the energy industry.
Vice President Holland?
No.
Clerk Wilson?
Yes.
It's 2-1, does not pass.
2-1. Not passed.
Right, moving on to consent items under educational services. Mrs. Buckmiller, do you have any changes or additions to make?
No changes or additions tonight, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve item 15, consent item A?
So moved. I'll second.
Any discussion on this? I have one thing. I have one thing. I did notice that it said funded by donations. Is there anything we can do to help with this? As a district?
Typically, when I see something like that, I don't know that it's fully funded by donations, but I agree that if it's something that our kids have competed in and have earned, we should help support that. And so if there's a way to do that, I'll work with Mr. Hill to see what we can do.
I appreciate, I heard it was the transportation, it was the bus that they were trying to do.
Yeah, the only times that if we have buses that we can send, but then they would prefer using a charter bus, for example, which is significantly higher cost, then donations may fill that gap.
Oh, they might have to.
Or if they have that preference, they may have to use donations for that. But I will verify all of that. The key is to get this approved because they need to take care of it. But I assure you that I will look into funding and see what we can do.
Thank you.
So any more discussion? We'll call for the vote.
Board Member Ayala Quintero? Aye. Board Member Olson? Aye. President Redler?
Aye.
Vice President Holland?
Aye.
Clerk Wilson?
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right, moving on to educational services action items. Mrs. Buckmiller, do you have any changes or additions?
No changes or additions in this area either, thank you.
All right, adopt resolution number 40, 2024-2025, Day of the Teacher, May 14th, 2025.
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion?
Thank you for working so hard for us every single day. And I know some of our teachers are here today and you've got work tomorrow, so I'm very grateful for everything that you guys do. And everyone who's watching at home as well.
Yes, I would like to just state that, I'm very frustrated at times when the teachers or the public is implying that because I have a concern or a worry about something in the district that involves a teacher or a librarian, that it means I distrust all teachers and librarians, that I don't respect what they're doing, that I don't respect what they do for our schools, because I greatly do respect what the teachers do for our schools. The thing is, we can't make progress against having some of the problems we've had in the past. You've all mentioned it tonight about the sexual abuse cases, etc., without wanting to look at all of our district employees and their performance. You can't have it both ways. So I really do support this resolution, and I again take offense, and I think it's sad that that would be the interpretation, because I have a concern about this issue or that issue. It becomes a blanket statement about teachers, and I'm really upset that that happens, but I definitely support the resolution.
Call for the vote.
Board Member Ayala Quintero?
Yes.
Board Member Olson?
Aye.
President Redler?
Aye.
Vice President Holland?
Aye.
Clerk Wilson?
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0.
Adopt resolution number 41, 2024-2025, Education Support Professionals Day, May 20th, 2025. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion?
Quintero. Aye. Board Member Olson. Aye. President Redler.
Aye.
Vice President Holohan.
Aye.
Clerk Wilson.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0.
Adopt resolution number 43, 2024-2025, supporting Title IX and fairness in girls' interscholastic sports. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
And second. Any discussion? All right, we'll call the vote.
I'd like to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, as a high school athlete myself, I broke 3 swimming records in high school, and I broke the triathlon record that was in place since the 1970s. I was also a competitive gymnast all through high school, and I trained with boys when I was training for the triathlon, and I was always far, far behind the boys. And I am just so grateful and so thankful that this insanity had not entered into our society or our schools at the time when I was growing up, because I would be never have had the recognition or the glory of the achievement of all of my hard work and training. So I really appreciate that I was able to be recognized back in my day. Every single one of my children has been an athlete, and I've watched hundreds and hundreds of boys' games and hundreds of girls' games. You would have to be an absolute science denier to say that the boys and the girls are of equal strength and of equal speed. It's just not the same. It's not about discrimination. I see all of your signs. It's not discrimination whatsoever. It's about common sense, it's about safety, and it's about fairness. Let it be known that I will always stand for our girls. And I will do everything in my power to push for fairness and their privacy and their spaces.
Anything else? Okay, we'll call for the vote.
Board Member Ayala Quintero.
No.
Board Member Olson. Aye. President Redler.
Aye.
Vice President Holohan.
Oh, wow.
Clerk Wilson.
Aye.
Motion carried with the ayes being Board Member Olson, President Redler, and Clerk Wilson, and the nays being Vice President Holohan and Board Member Ayala Quintero.
Is there a motion to approve stipulated expulsion regarding student 2024-2025-25 through the remainder of second semester of 2024-2025 school year, with the first semester of the 2025-2026 school year suspended, sorry.
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote.
Board Member Ayala Quintero.
Aye.
Board Member Olson. Aye. President Redler.
Aye.
Vice President Holohan.
Aye.
Clerk Wilson.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0.
Right, is there a motion to approve the stipulated expulsion regarding student 2024-2025-26 through the remainder of second semester of the 2024-2025 school year and all of the first semester of the 2025-2026 school year?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote.
Board Member Ayala Quintero.
Aye.
Board Member Olson. Aye. President Redler.
Aye.
Vice President Holohan.
Aye.
Clerk Wilson.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0.
Moving on to the consent items under Human Resources. Mrs. Pruitt, do you have any changes? Is there a motion to approve item 16A, consent items B through 8D?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote.
Board Member Ayala Quintero.
Aye.
Board Member Olson. Aye. President Redler.
Aye.
Vice President Holohan.
Aye.
Clerk Wilson.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0.
Moving on to Human Resources, action items. Mrs. Pruitt, do you have any changes or additions?
I do not, thank you.
Thank you. Approve revised student attendance calendar for the 2025-2026 school year. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote.
Board Member Ayala Quintero.
Aye.
Board Member Olson.
Aye.
President Redler. Aye. Vice President Holohan.
Aye.
Clerk Wilson.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right, moving on to public participation. This is the time that any member of the public may address the board on anything that falls under the jurisdiction of the Board of Education, provided the person submits a completed registration card to address the board form to the clerk of the board or his or her designated prior to the time.
So it did pass 3-2. That was good on boys and girls sports, guys. 3-2. So now it's just more general comments, off-board item stuff. One win, right? One win. They weren't too happy in there.
The chairperson shall establish the amount of time each speaker may use to address the board prior to the first speaker.
We're gonna head out over here.
Unless the chairperson
had a lot of great patrons. I mean, a lot of people showed up on both sides today. That's for sure.
Tonight we're going to do 1.5 minutes. We have, I think, 40 cards.
There was quite a few. I think, what was it, 158?
Pardon me, how many cards? 134. Huh? You guys don't have white cards, right?
So, yay! So they're going to be. I'm sure there's going to be some more heated debates. Obviously, as you could tell from being in there, this board meeting has gotten a little heated over the last couple board meetings. So that's good. 3-2, it passed. They weren't happy about it. But I just want you to notice something else too, guys. And I can't help but keep noticing this. You notice the people, the people that are, I would call on the normal side, which is our side. Do you notice the diversity compared to almost all of them are white liberals? All of them white. That is insane. We see that at Tesla. We see that everywhere else we go. So, it's just crazy. We're heading out to the car right now. Everybody, what time is it anyways? Let's see. Ooh, 10:16 right now. So, and appreciate all you guys tuning in. We'll get in the car right now, start driving. And if you guys want to help out, we are still funding for a hotel tonight. Appreciate you. We got a lot more stuff coming up. We got some fun stuff at Fresno State too, which isn't that far, coming up next week. So I want to say thank you to everybody who has donated, who has helped us out, put gas in the tank, and got us hotels when we travel. We're about 4.5 hours away from home right now. So we do some traveling once in a while. But if you guys do want to donate, Venmo at Oreo Josh, Cash App, $Oreo Army, GiveSendGo.com/Oreo2024. And we do have a Zelle link. And our Zelle link is on our website, theoreoexpress.com. I'm going to get you in the car right now. We got to fold up this tripod and everything. Elections have consequences, guys. Again, some of those people have fought to get on there, those conservatives. This community has fought to get them on there. Let me put this up here and turn this around. Let's turn down my volume. Plug this in. Woo-wee, yeah, there was, and their definition of hate speech, wow. Got to return the rail car tomorrow. So I got pictures and I'll bring it up. I don't know if we're going to do when our next show is going to be, probably tomorrow afternoon, I'm guessing. But there is, they were holding pictures saying that it was hate speech to say that you didn't want a biological male in a female sport, a biological female sport. I'm not even exaggerating. But again, the thing I'll take away is the white liberal woman, and then we had Buffet Betty behind us. Man, those people are just, they're the ones that had shirts on that were matching that said cuss out your local school board. It was quite interesting to say the least. I love it when they say, you know, we need to protect all students. Well, you're not protecting all students by giving some males an advantage to be in a female sport, right? I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah, but this whole street was filled up. There had to be at least, I don't know, 200, 220 people there. I'm gonna go up here and I'll read some comments. I haven't been able to read. Well, I have been able to read them when I was sitting down, but let's see. I have to. Yeah, what's up, only Mr. Bill? Haven't seen you in a while, bud. Yes, been to those Portland events. I was lucky. I was incognito in the rental car today, so all tires have air in it. All tires have air in it. But I'll be working a lot with some of these patriot groups down here. They're going to be letting me know now that Trump has passed the executive order. And a lot of people don't understand this. Biden changed the definitions on Title IX. He changed the verbiage. Instead of it being like an assigned at birth, because who would have ever thought we would be in a place when Title IX was first done that we would have to worry about that. The Biden administration changed it to gender. You identify as. So any man can get into women's sports. Trump changed that back with an executive order. So we're going to see many more. That was we were in DC when he did that on January 20th. That was one of his many executive orders. Dale, thank you so much for the Cash App, sir. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys riding along with us. You guys rock. And the Uncle Bill, thank you again for the Zelle, sir. Appreciate you. Thanks for keeping us moving and going and sleeping at times. At times we gotta sleep. But yeah, there was you guys were watching. You had that one lady that said, "You're cool, F you," and then she was kicked out. It was her group that was with Buffet Betty over there. And I'm not lying. You could tell. You go back and when I panned around, when they had the break, go back and you already could tell by looking at each one of them. Each one of them, you knew exactly what side they were on. I mean, this is beyond like crazy. I mean, if they looked normal, they were for keeping boys out of girls' sports, keeping boys out of girls' locker rooms. They were for not getting rid of for not having all these trans flags and everything in the school district. It was more than obvious. Patricia Joy, Patriot 1776, thank you for being over there on that chat. Appreciate you. Getting on the 210 right here. Gonna go a little bit farther and get something to eat. I am starving though. I've been about 10 hours and 25 minutes since I ate. You guys know me, I like to eat. I'm gonna have to find me an In-N-Out. But yeah, there's a lot going on. So if you guys don't know who Chloe is, if you guys remember when we went down to the state capitol, California State Capitol, for the detransition rally, that was a rally that Chloe was holding. She was a speaker at. That's where my camera equipment got stolen. That's where They had multiple people assaulted. You had a guy hit in the head with a metal bar that got hauled off in an ambulance like 6 feet away from me because Trans Tifa was there. Well, she is coming to Fresno State next week. I think it's Tuesday, or this coming up week, Tuesday. So what day are we at now? Are we at Tuesday right now? I think we're at Tuesday right now. So a week from today, that's going to be pretty epic. I already know from two conversations I had, again, it's going to be mainly Fresno State police, but I'm hoping they don't let anything rowdy happen. But if they do, we're going to be there. We're going to be right in the center, getting you guys all the action and everything. But some of the things people said, and then to get an actual biologist that comes up and said, you know, I hear all these people talking about biology, but they don't know anything. I actually was a biologist. He worked at like four major colleges, and he just blew them up with these people. If you disagree with him, it's hate speech. They had some mumbling behind me, and I was just listening. I was just there to record. I had a lot of Patriot friends that were there, great Patriots that are standing up in this area, and God bless them. Because again, guys, none of this happens if people don't leave their homes. And those folks you've seen speaking today are hardcore Patriots. They leave their homes, they sacrifice their time so that they can make the education system better and fight the mental illness that is trying to go after every child. Again, I like the way that one guy said it. He said, listen, keep your sexuality at home. We don't need a flag that represents your sexuality in a classroom. Keep your sex life private. And it's like, man, that's how I was raised. Didn't have a clue. Like I've told you guys that story before. Don't have a clue what my teachers did now looking back. Because again, this wasn't like a little different now. There's probably one teacher I could think of, he was probably gay. But he never put anything, like any type of an agenda out. He never hated America. He pledged allegiance to the flag. He was actually a damn good teacher when I go back and look at it. And now and then you had that other teacher from another school district go in there and said, you know, when I teach, I'm neutral. I don't even put up sports teams. Those are the teachers we're losing now. And the reason why is when you look at all these grants and everything that's went out in the last 20 years, they know who they're picking to go into these colleges to become teachers and to leave college and then get out into the education system. They know what they're putting into the schools. They absolutely know. Man, that was a long one though, huh? That was a real long one. We've had ours locally go that late too, but it's not bad when you only got to drive a mile to home. But when you got to drive, 5 hours there and then go to a long meeting. Then Sky Spider was there, but she didn't act a fool today. She didn't act, she was just taking pictures of all the Patriots so she can dox them. But yeah, my heart and my appreciation goes out to those parents, those residents in this area. Some of them got there. One of my friends, I don't know what time she got there. She had to be there at like 2 to get first in line. And she's a warrior, man. She's a warrior fighting all over. It's an honor to be around those people, to be honest with you, because so many times we go to things, think about it. I mean, a lot of times we're not necessarily alone, but you guys know what I mean. A lot of people think, oh, I was talking to someone the other day, and this is no lie. This is how it went. I said, so what you've been doing lately? Because this person was worked on the Gavin Newsom recall. This person worked on going to school boards, going to city councils. And she goes, you know, I really haven't done anything since Trump won. And she goes, I just needed a break. And I get it, we need breaks, and a break is good, but we got to get back into it. And it was more of, well, Trump's in office now, we're fine. No, God, no. This is when you notice the protests come when Trump's in office, they're going to push back 5 times harder. We don't have the opportunity to slow down. We just don't. My kids are dependent on you. Your kids, your grandkids, they're all dependent on us. That was pretty epic, I gotta say. I wish now I was at the last board meeting. Man, that lady at the end, it sounds like she got up in a threatening manner, like I'm gonna have to go find that video. I'm gonna have to go find that video tonight. I think I got a bottle of water in here somewhere. They were like, we're outnumbered, and I don't think they were necessarily outnumbered. I would say it was almost split. But yeah, next week at Fresno State's going to be epic. Should be good weather too, like 72 out there. So if you're in the Fresno area, get out there. Go show some support. It's with Turning Point USA, and it's Chloe. They try to shut down those events. If they can disrupt them and shut them down, then the fascists have won. That's what they want to do. That's why they were holding up the signs. This is hate speech. The Supreme Court ruled no policy or anything can change that, retards. But again, if we had those people governing, and that's what happens, is those are the people that were holding up those little yellow signs. Those are the people that end up running for school board, and no conservatives challenge them. They don't want to waste the time. They think they can't win. They don't know how to act. They don't know what to do on a school board. That's what school board was intended for. You get in there, you learn, you make the right decisions. It's not that hard. You have attorneys. You have people that know what's going on. Telling my friend over there, it's interesting. Remember, guys, after Trump won and before the inauguration, remember, about 9 days before the inauguration, there was nationwide protest of all the people holding the Mexican flags, saying, F Trump, F all this, abolish ICE and everything. That lasted like 2.5 weeks because they did another one on Inauguration Day. And since then, it's been almost dead silent. Maybe it is because they're worried that Tom Homan's going to come down and do something. Ooh, that car almost wrecked. But more so, I think it's where the funding's going. And where the funding's going right now is they want to obviously, they don't got to fund a whole lot. They fund their organizations, and they get the 65 and older up at Tesla's. People that are scared, they're losing Medicaid and Social Security. But where their money's going right now, oh my gosh, another one. That's crazy. You guys, oh, another one. Are you guys watching this? Holy cow. Might see a wreck ahead of us. It's LA. Area. It's not LA, but LA area. But they're funding the lawsuits against Trump right now. That's where the main part. All the activist judges, they're shopping judges, they're trying. 2 more, I don't have them on me right now, but 2 more rulings against the Trump administration today. We'll cover it tomorrow. I think, guys. Oh, I think the cop got him. Is that on this side of the road? Or is that cop already there? That cop was probably already there, huh? Let's see. Yeah, that's... No, they probably flew by that cop. That car's gotten a wreck, so they probably flew by that cop. Guys, I want to say thank you for all you guys tuning in. If you do want to contribute, we appreciate it. It's a total blessing for us to get a hotel and have the gas money to continue doing this. You can go to Venmo at Oreo Josh, Cash App, $ Oreo Army, and GiveSendGo.com/Oreo 2024. And also we have a Zelle link on our website. All the donation links are on our website. Our website is theoreoexpress.com, and there's a donate now button. I want to say I appreciate you all. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoyed. But we will be back live tomorrow, unless something pops off tonight, but I doubt it. We will be back live tomorrow. Thank you for anybody that contributed. Thank you to the mods helping out and keeping us going. We appreciate you. I'm going to pull off here in a moment and get something to eat. I am starving. So thank you all, and we'll see you tomorrow.